Microphone check from the green room.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey guys, I'm seeing a dialed in phone number ending in 4789. Is that one of the conference rooms that did not get its participant ID? If so, we may need to hang it up and then dial it fully through with a participant ID so it marries up to the account.
Okay, will do.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. You have entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
That connection looks good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic check and video check from the boardroom, please.
Yes, you look good.
Thank you.
Oh, it's open in here. We can do it all. Oops. Yeah. Can you hear me in there? It's echoing, isn't it? It's awfully lively in this room. How about now? Is this better? There's a lot of echo in here too, actually. Is that better? No. No, it's still, huh? Same echo. Oh, yeah. It's intense. Both of these are muted. Is that what you want? Yes. Okay. The echo's gone, isn't it? Okay, great. Test. Testing 1, 2. This is an audio check.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. We're doing an audio check to Granicus right now. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Audio test to Granicus. Audio fax to Granicus. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. This is an audio test to Granicus. Oh, you know what, Cheryl? I think the master is muted at the TriCaster. Stand by. Explains a lot. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me now? We're going to wait for, oh, you got it? Excellent. Checking for echo. Are you hearing any echo? Okay. Test complete.
Okay, doing a second audio check in the AV room for Steve Connell.
You guys, I think, have built a really nice way to connect your logic. And it reminds me a lot of
Good morning, Director Foley.
Good morning, April. How's my volume?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Mhm. Good morning, President Saltzman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Director Duffy.
Good morning, April. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I like that color on you. Is that like
Thank you.
lilac or?
It's kind of like a pink mauve.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Good. I don't even really know what a lilac color is. Is that like bluer?
Maybe like a blue purple sort of.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're now recording everyone. Good morning, Director Rayburn.
In April, I might be scripting with you some of the public comment during the item on the Inspector General's report. So if it's okay, once we get to that, I'll be texting with you, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll go to public comment before board comment, but PGH Wong is going to be speaking and then their counsel is going to be speaking. And so I'll send you a text just to keep you apprised to look for certain people.
Yes, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And good morning, April. Sound check.
Good morning, Director Rayburn. Sounds good.
And Director Duffy.
Good morning, Robert.
Sounds like you're prepared.
I'll admit to having khaki pants on below. I'm not like the guy with shorts. I definitely have pants on. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. You look good. You look good.
Thank you. Thank you. That's part of the ensemble.
What I always advise people, what I advise people running for office is no matter how bad the situation is, keep smiling, because then the people dragging you down are going to wonder, why are you smiling? And in a good mood, that you must know something they don't know.
Yeah. It's important to keep up an appearance of things are under control.
Yeah.
And when you're being chased out of town, grab the banner and run with it. And everybody will say, look at that leader.
Well, I was away for spring break with Sid earlier this week, and I've got to say, reading about redistricting in San Francisco has been wild, just wild. Yep.
And across the country.
Yes.
Looks like Rebecca's on. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
And we're not going to live stream the A's and Tampa Bay.
Into our meeting?
Yeah, I'm recording it, so
It's okay. You can't
I'll
see
watch
all
it
of them.
later today. Much better than expected.
Yeah.
Robert, just remember, good morning. You need the express written consent of Major League Baseball and the Oakland Athletics to broadcast that.
Right. Well, can you just give us an update on where the Yankees stand?
Well, we don't have Aaron Judge signed. That's the problem.
No Judge. I think the factor for the Yankees should probably be the number of former A's players they have.
Yes, there's lots and lots of discussions around farm teams and things of that sort. So yes.
Our former player pitcher Luzardo struck out 12 the other day. Yeah. Phenomenal.
Morning. I had to turn on my space heater. Sorry.
Morning. Yes, it's cold out. So it is 9 o'clock and it looks like most of us are here. So are we ready to get started?
Yes, we are.
Okay, District Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Director Dufty,
Here.
Director Foley,
Present.
Vice President Lee,
Here.
Director McPartland,
Here.
Director Raybert,
Here.
Director Simon,
Here.
Director Allen,
Here.
Director Ames,
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartland, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I'll be honored. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everybody to our board meeting this morning. Please note that pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. And if you are joining us via Zoom and you want to make a public comment, if you're by phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. And if you are on a device, you can use the raise hand feature to make a public comment. So let's move on. Does anybody have any special guests to introduce? Seeing none, I will now go to the next item, which is the president's report. And I have a few things to report on. First, for the agenda for this meeting, when we get to item number, I believe it's item number 6, we will convene a special meeting of the Audit Committee as well. So we will be meeting both as the BART Board and the Audit Committee to speak to this item. And then we'll afterwards reconvene just as the BART Board. I'm aiming to get us into closed session so we can also have a break for lunch sometime between noon and 1. It would be great if we could get through all of the open session before then, but if we can't, we will still break sometime between noon and 1. And then I wanted to make a comment about something that happened at our last BART Board meeting. There was a threatening public comment made, and I think many of us didn't really hear the comment at the time that it was said. And I apologize that I didn't, because if I had, I would have stepped in right after and made this comment then. But there was an individual who called in and made a threatening public comment directed towards Director Lateefah Simon, and it is totally unacceptable, and we will not tolerate any comments threatening anybody at BART Board meetings. And I really want to thank the staff who quickly muted the caller so that we did not hear any longer of it, but we shouldn't have heard any language like that at all. So I deeply apologize to Director Simon and to the public. And in the future, we will make a comment anytime that happens, and we will continue to mute people if they treat folks that way. We welcome all respectful public comments, but we will not tolerate threatening comments. I also wanted to provide an update regarding the District 7 seat. I think all directors have received something from Director Simon's attorney, requesting approximately 4 weeks to review and analyze the factual and legal issues regarding Director Simon's residency before the board might take any action. And the board is also continuing to receive legal advice from its outside counsel regarding the implications of any potential courses of action, and is therefore not yet prepared to take any action. And I anticipate that more information will be available in May. So we will continue to communicate publicly about this, but we don't anticipate any board action this month. And then finally, I wanted to make sure everybody knows that our BART and VTA joint committee, we're going to have a meeting coming up on April 27th at 2 p.m. And of course, any members of the public are welcome to attend that. We will be discussing phase 2 of the BART VTA project. So that concludes my president's report. Is there any public comments?
Yes, I do see one hand raised, President Salton.
Okay, go ahead.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. I talk about the president's report. Now, I want the safest BART that we can have, and that includes meetings. And so I really feel it is important for us to work on and develop a code of conduct for meetings, both in person and virtual, because unsafe meetings put me at risk as a person who doesn't meet societally established definitions. And any kind of threatening behavior should not be tolerated on this or any other system. And so I ask that you as a board expect accountability for that. I want to be safe anywhere in a BART space, even virtual. And concerning the matters of Director Simon, I hope we can get some good, clear answers. Not going to rehash everything that happened before, but if somebody like Latifah Simon could be removed from the system even temporarily, I fear that I could be removed from the system even temporarily. So I hope that we can get our answers. And I hope that we can have continuity and that Latifah Simon can continue to serve on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay, then I'll go to directors. Vice President Lee.
Just a quick question after hearing Alita's comment, which thank you. I know we do have a customer code of conduct. Does that apply? And maybe this is a question for our general counsel or for our district secretary, interim district secretary. Does that apply to our board meetings? And how has that been enforced, perhaps in the past?
Good morning. This is Gina Zealand Peterson, Associate General Counsel. I believe the intent of the customer code of conduct was to apply to riders in the system and not necessarily to attendees at board meetings, but we can take a look at that.
Yeah, that would be great, especially as we are, making decisions about how our board meetings are run into the future. So yeah, an update would be great. Thank you so much, Gina.
Thank you for asking about that. I think that's a good idea. Any other board comments? If not, we will move on to item 3, which is the consent calendar. Does anybody wish to remove an item? And if not, is there a motion? Director Rayburn.
I will move approval.
I'll second.
I think that was Director Rayburn moving, and I think Director Simon seconding. Any questions, comments? And if not, we will go to the vote. Oh, any public comment? Sorry. It doesn't look like it.
No, I don't see any other hands raised.
Then let's go to the vote.
Okay. Director Duffy,
Aye.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Then we'll move on to item 4, which is general public comment. This is the time for folks to comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you'd like to comment on an item that is on the agenda, please wait until that item comes up. So we'll go to public comment.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, and I speak generally. And again, thank you for the Pledge of Allegiance. I think we have to work on our communications. I found out about the broadcast from the underground station where Senator Padilla spoke and Director Simon spoke, and there wasn't audio for a lot of that broadcast. I couldn't hear Senator Padilla's remarks or Director Simon's remarks. And then the video got blotted out with some kind of coloring. And I think we have to work on that. And then I also went into a committee meeting last week. I forget which one it was. And I had to call the district secretary because the Zoom codes weren't properly displayed. And I didn't have all the information I needed to log in. So we need to test this stuff because I want to be informed. And a video without sound doesn't do me any good. So let's work on that. And I was on the system this past weekend. I rode Bart 4 times. I wish I had stayed in the Bay Area so I could have gone to that broadcast. It was fine. My Clipper card worked. I used the airport connector. I flew on an airplane twice. I'm afraid of flying on airplanes, and the flight was turbulent going home. But Bart was there for me. And, there was just nothing really to write home about. So I'm happy about that. But I was thinking about what is underlying Bart, our renewable energy program, that I tell myself, well, I want to be a participant in these values of Bart. And I went out and I said, I'm going to choose to ride Bart today. And I rode it within San Francisco. I rode it between Embarcadero and Powell on the way to the store, get some food. One reason why I did that, it wasn't just because I like riding Bart. It's also Bart only cost me 75 cents for that short leg, while Muni cost me $1.25. So I do the math. I save 50 cents. So it's worth it. So how can we get the word out about the importance of Bart? And I continue to share about myself so people will know and hopefully understand somebody like me who's different. Because I believe in the idea of a Bart that is great and legendary, to be reminded of Grand Central Terminal and other places of similar style. But most of all, when I got on Bart once again, I thought this, and I said to myself, Bart is indeed the people's system, and I thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any further general public comment. So if not, we will go to item, oh, there's one more. So we'll take that and then we'll go to the next item.
George, please go ahead. Go ahead and hit *6 to unmute. President Saltzman, that speaker has lowered their hand.
Okay, then let's move on to item number 5, the general manager's report.
Good morning, President Salzman and members of the BART board. A couple of updates for you, if I could. Let us start with the mask mandate extension. So yesterday, the mask mandate was extended for 2 weeks, so that puts it until May 3rd, 2022. And it's for masks on public transportation, planes, trains, and buses. And so we'll keep monitoring that situation and keep the board posted on that as May 3rd comes closer here, and we'll be coordinating with the other operators in the Bay Area about next steps and what the opportunities are there. So just an update for the board there if you hadn't seen it. And then today's Thursday. On Tuesday, Senator Padilla, U.S. Senator Alex Padilla was in town, and we had a lovely event down at Powell Street Station, and we were accompanied, we hosted the senator there, and Director Simon was in attendance there. Thank you, Director Simon. And Vice President Lee was in attendance there. Thank you, Vice President Lee. I kicked it off to the senator. He kicked it off to the mayor. Our folks talked there. We had John Arantes there, the head of SEIU, and it was a great event. And it was about highlighting, the improvements that we're making system-wide, and SFMTA was there, Tumlin was there. And it was all about highlighting the improvements that transit is making, system-wide and region-wide, and as the ridership comes back. And it was a good event, good coverage. And Alicia, you and your team, and Rod and his team, well done. And not as a side note, but the station looked fantastic. If you have not been to Powell Street Station, I encourage you to go down there. It looked great. Our line update. So we continue to run 5-car trains on the R line, and when we can, we'll throw in a 6-car train. The power grid is stable up there. That's great. And so we are going to maintain that. Our contractor is already on site, and he and she are working out there very aggressively on replacing the 34.5 cable there. We know it's one of our highest priorities. We're going to fix that, and we're going to fix it safely and reliably. And I have committed to the board. I'll keep you posted on updates there. But, it's looking very positive. We have our folks on the site out there with our contractor to fix that line. So I'll keep the board posted on that. So transitioning to ENO Transportation Mid-Management Program. It's a training opportunity, for mid-managers as they progress through the system to become the next Rod Lee or Pam Harehold or somebody. And so we got all 9 of our BART nominees into this program, and which is great. 100% of the BART applicants were accepted, and they run, it's the full spectrum within BART, from operations to design and construction to M&E to D&C to safety. So very proud that all of our applications were accepted there, and it's kind of a big deal. And then let me end with ridership. And so on Tuesday, we were at 14900, almost 141. And then yesterday, we were at 144,500. And so our ridership continues to go up. Shane continues to put the service out on the rail. The men and women of ATU and SEIU and ASME, the OA and the MA are out in the system, and ridership is coming back. And we're doing everything we can to improve the customer experience as folks come back into the system. So all systems go on that. So with that, President Salzman, Vice President Lee, and members of the board, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add to your report on ridership that yesterday was 35% of pre-pandemic ridership, which is by far the highest on a weekday, and really, really exciting. So it's great to see people coming back. I know when I was in the system yesterday and the day before, it looked more crowded and I could feel it. So let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back to directors.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. A good report. I always enjoy Bob's reports. Certainly, we have to continue the awareness of masks. It's the rule. I ask that you continue to support me as a rider who is vaccinated and wears masks. And it's not just about BART, but it's on buses and airplanes and trains. And so I have a supply of masks that I keep with me. So we want to continue to keep that awareness up. It's very important. And again, I hope there's some way we can preserve the conversations that were in Powell Street Station. So I'd like to hear the remarks. And that's all I'll say because I said it before. And the R line, we're getting somewhere. At least it's stable. And I've talked a lot about the importance of electricity, not just on BART, but in other places. I didn't use that section of the system on this trip. I didn't go through the Y and go up to MacArthur as I often do. But I hope that we can get this R-line problem solved and to get going with more of this. You know, this R-line problem happened just as we're about to do the work anyway. So that's scary. But we're getting it done because I want the 10-car trains back. And this ENO management program, I think I've heard of it. I'm glad that we have the caliber of people that are getting accepted into this program because I want the best BART that I can have. And what I am expecting is that when these managers come back to BART, that they will continue, most of all, to advance the cause that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any director comments or questions for the general manager's report? If not, then let's move on to item 6, the Inspector General's report. And I'm going to turn it over to Audit Committee Chair Dufty to convene the Special Audit Committee.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. I would like to briefly explain to the public that we are having a joint meeting today of BART's Board of Directors and the BART Audit Committee. Within the past year, BART Board of Directors has established an audit committee that reflects best practices. By that, we accepted applications from individuals who had extensive finance and auditing experience. And the audit committee has 3 members of the board of directors, and it has 2 members from the public. And so we were very fortunate to get a number of excellent applications, and the board selected Mr. Thomas Perry and Ms. Tammy Willis to both be members of the audit committee. So for the purposes of today's item, hearing a very important report and investigation from the Inspector General, we are having a joint meeting today to reflect the importance of the audit committee in this process of working with the Inspector General and others to ensure good auditing practices. So I'd like to ask the acting district secretary to please call the roll for the audit committee.
Certainly. Chair Dufty.
Present.
Director Allen.
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Committee Member Perry.
Present.
Committee Member Willis.
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum of attendance.
Thank you so very much. And again, want to thank our audit committee members for making themselves available during our regular meeting time for the board of directors. With that, I would like to call on our Inspector General to present the investigative report for today's consideration.
Thank you. District Secretary, are you pulling up the presentation? Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. Before I start, I want to thank you for your time and this opportunity to present our investigation report regarding conflicts of interest. Next slide, please. So our office learned during the course of another investigation that a BART manager was involved in making and administering 2 contracts for a company that the employee previously worked for, currently employs the manager's sibling, and currently employs the manager's spouse. We recognize these family relationships to be potential financial and/or personal conflicts of interest under California Government Code Section 1090, the Federal Transit Administration regulations, and BART's employee and contractor codes of conduct. The allegation was potentially serious because a violation of Government Code Section 1090 would result in the need to void the remaining capacity on the contract and not pay outstanding invoices, which are both penalties required under the state law. It would also cause disruptions to BART's in-progress construction projects and could result in the loss of federal transit funding or a requirement for the contractor to have to pay back federal funding it received through its work on the contract. Accordingly, we launched this investigation. Although it is not our standard practice to brief management during an investigation, I did so early in this investigation so they would be aware of the potential seriousness of the situation, including the potential penalties and the need to stop the ongoing accrual of potential penalties if the conflict of interest were confirmed. I also briefed several board directors. I will address the general manager's swift and exceptional response to these allegations later in this briefing. Next slide, please. For a little background on the contracts involved. As we began our investigation, we realized early that there were actually two large contracts that were potentially affected by the allegations. In 2019, BART awarded on-call contracts for architectural and general engineering services to 8 firms. And in 2020, BART awarded on-call contracts for construction management services to 8 firms. The 16 contracts were for up to 5 years and $40 million each, with no guarantee of any specific amount of work. After award of the main contracts, work is allocated to firms for specific projects through individual work plans, which are also considered individual contracts under the overarching on-call contracts. The focus of this investigation is on a firm that received one of the architectural and engineering contracts in 2019 and one of the construction management contracts in 2020. As I go through this discussion, all references I make to a contractor are only about that one firm, and all references I make to a manager are only about the BART manager who was involved in these contracts. I also want to emphasize that we do not provide the names of the manager or the contract either in our report or in this presentation. I would also ask that if anyone present today is aware of the names of either, that they please refrain from saying them during this briefing. This is a standard practice for investigation reports of this type. We also request that because both parties are entitled to confidentiality until such time as a conflict of interest is either confirmed or disproved. Next slide, please. Our office reviewed the request for proposals and resulting contracts, work plans, and other records concerning the manager and their duties, as well as the manager's Fair Political Practice Commission Forms 700, also known as the Statements of Economic Interest for 2019 and 2020. We also interviewed the manager. Through that work, we learned that the manager was administering both the 2019 architectural and general engineering contracts and the 2020 construction management contracts, one of each that had been awarded to a company that employed the manager's spouse and sibling and was also the manager's former employer. For the 2020 construction management contract, the manager was one of the signatories on the EDD, presented the contract to the board and recommended its approval, and was the sole signer of the advanced agreement for provisional cost reimbursement, which is a document that is incorporated into the contract. These actions caused the manager to be involved in making the contract under California Government Code Section 1090. I will discuss what that means in a later slide. The manager signed 22 individual work plans that were awarded to this firm under a combination of the 2019 and 2020 contracts. Because the work plans are considered separate contracts, this work meant the manager was also involved in making these 22 contracts. The manager was also in the approval workflow for invoices to be paid under both of these contracts, which means the manager was further involved in administering these contracts. I'll discuss the significance in being involved in making the contracts when I discuss the provisions of Government Code Section 1090 and of being involved in administering the contracts when I discuss the FTA regulations. We also learned that the manager did not disclose on their FPP Forms 700 for either 2019 or 2020 that their spouse was employed by the company or the spouse's income from the company as required. The spouse's income included 4 income streams: an annual salary, a merit-based annual bonus, match sharing to a 401k account, and an annual profit sharing distribution. Reporting a spouse's income is required on the FPPC Form 700 because under the law, a person is considered to have an economic interest in their spouse's income, even if they keep their income in separate accounts. The manager did file amended FPPC Forms 700 and reported that income, as well as other omitted information for both years after we notified the manager that we wanted to interview them as part of this investigation. The manager verbally disclosed the conflicts of interest to their supervisor and was recused from some steps during the procurement process for the 2020 construction management contract, including not being involved in planning the scope of work or evaluating the proposals. The manager was not involved in the procurement process for the 2019 on-call architectural and general engineering contract. However, these efforts were not enough to prevent the manager from being involved in making the contracts due to the manager's signing of the EDD and the cost reimbursement agreement, presenting the contract to the board and recommending its approval. No recusal steps were taken to prevent the manager from signing the work plans for individual projects to be done under either the 2019 or 2020 contracts or for approving the contractor's invoices. Next slide, please. Our office conducted similar reviews of company records and interviewed their executives. We learned that the company did not disclose in its contract submittals that it previously employed the Bart manager and was currently employing the manager's sibling and spouse as required by the Contractor Code of Conduct. The company provided lists in its 2019 and 2020 proposal submittals of previous Bart projects it had worked on and signed declarations that it had no potential conflicts of interest in connection with the services to be performed under the contracts. Bart requires this to ensure there are no contractual conflicts of interest. However, stating that it had no potential conflicts of interest was not accurate because of the family relationships with the Bart manager, which are required to be disclosed under Bart's Contractor Code of Conduct. During our interview with the company executives, they said that the family relationships were common knowledge and that everyone knew about them. However, without the relationships being disclosed in writing, there's no assurance that a conflict of interest will be recognized to prevent a 1090 violation, which would occur at the point the contract was awarded. In this case, it caused that conflict of interest to not be disclosed and not be recognized. The company listed the spouse in its 2020 proposal as an employee who was available for work on the contract, but later removed the spouse from working on Bart-funded projects. However, this removal was irrelevant because the Bart manager had already been involved in making the contract. The company has $27 million in remaining capacity on the 2020 $40 million construction management contract that would need to be voided, and a $5.4 million in unpaid invoices that Bart may be prevented from paying if the Bart manager is determined to have had a financial interest in the company due to the spouse working for it, financial interest in the contract, excuse me. These are legal requirements that Bart would not be able to avoid if that conclusion is reached. Because the Bart manager was not involved in making the $40 million architectural and engineering on-call contract in 2019, that contract would not need to be voided as long as the manager is fully removed from involvement in any additional work plans issued under the remaining capacity for that contract. Next slide, please. In consultation with the Office of the General Counsel, we applied the facts we collected from both the manager and the company executives to California Government Code Section 1090. This law prohibits government employees and officials from making contracts in which they have a financial interest. We also looked at interpretation guidance from the FPPC and found that the FPPC's interpretation guidance says that making a contract for purposes of Government Code Section 1090 includes final approval of the agreement, as well as preliminary discussion, planning, negotiation, and solicitation of bids, not just the moment of signing. No one factor in the procurement process is given any more weight than any other factor. For example, it is not considered more serious if the person were involved in developing a scope of work or negotiating the terms of the contract than if the person's only involvement was being one of the signatories on the EDD. The Bart manager was involved in making the $40 million contract, the construction management contract, in 2020 because they signed the EDD, presented the contract to the board, recommended approval of the contract, and executed the document regarding cost reimbursement rates. The manager was also involved in making 22 individual work plans, which are considered separate contracts, valued at $36 million under a combination of the 2019 architectural and general engineering contract and the 2020 construction management contract. Government Code Section 1090 does not define the term financial interest. Instead, it has been defined through case law and a limited number of statutory exceptions, both of which are clear that the term is to be broadly and liberally interpreted. Case law has supported that the reach of financial interest is broad and includes the income of a spouse, even if the financial interest might be small or indirect. It can also be a financial interest if there are losses. FPPC publications reference the court case People versus Honig, which says that public officials have a financial interest in a contract if they might profit from it in any way. Employees are excluded in the definition, are included in the definition of an official for this purpose. The Bart manager had the 4 spousal income streams for the company that I previously mentioned, most notably the annual profit sharing distribution. Government Code Section 1090 is significant because if a violation occurs, it requires by law that the contract is void and unpaid invoices are disallowed. Fraud, dishonesty, or an honest mistake does not have to be involved for a violation to occur, but a violation can only occur if the contract has been made. Based on the law, if a violation of Section 1090 is confirmed in this case, Bart would be required to void the remaining $27 million of capacity on the $40 million construction management contract and would not be allowed to pay the $5.4 million in unpaid invoices for work performed but not yet in unpaid invoices or for work performed but not yet invoiced on any of the work plans the manager made under either of the on-call contracts. Bart would be able to use the remaining capacity on the 2019 contract as long as the manager is not involved in making the work. Any work in progress on those work plans would likely have to be redistributed among the remaining 14 contracts with the other firms. Next slide, please. We also applied the facts to the Federal Conflict of Interest Regulations published in the Federal Transit Administration Circular 4220.14, which is third-party procurement guidance. FTT regulations, which cover the use of federal funding, are more restrictive than Government Code Section 1090. The FTA circular says no employee, officer, agent, or board member, or his or her immediate family member, partner, or organization that employs or is about to employ any of the foregoing individuals may participate in the selection, award, or administration of a contract supported with FTA assistance if a conflict of interest, real or apparent, would be involved. Such a conflict of interest would arise when any of those individuals previously listed has a financial interest or other interest in the firm selected for award. Many of the work plans that the BART manager administered included federal funds, primarily for work on the Hayward Maintenance Complex. The manager was involved in administering both the on-call contracts through the process of awarding individual work plans and approving invoices, while the manager's spouse received income from the company. Because the manager receives an economic benefit from the spouse's income, the FTA may conclude that the BART manager has, at a minimum, an apparent conflict of interest in the contracts that they are involved in administering. The FTA could also conclude that the manager has a real or apparent conflict of interest because the manager's sibling also works for the firm. The BART manager has interaction with the sibling during the processing of invoices. A violation of federal conflict of interest rules is also significant because it could mean the loss of future federal funding for the district, in addition to disruption of ongoing construction projects. The FTA penalties could be very harsh for the contractor. The FTA could require the contractor to pay back any federal funding it has already received under the 22 work plans, and the firm could be suspended or debarred from performing work on any federally funded contracts for a period of time. The potential severity of penalties under Government Code Section 1090 and FTA regulations make it very important for BART to have processes in place to avoid such violations. Next slide, please. Conflicts of interest prohibitions are controlled by a patchwork of federal, state, and district laws, regulations, and policies. This patchwork works best when they are implemented in harmony across the district. The majority of our findings and recommendations, which I will address now, concern how BART can better manage its conflict of interest policies in harmony, as well as to take immediate action on the conduct at issue. Our first finding, which I have already explained, is that neither the BART manager nor the company made adequate disclosures of their conflicts of interest, the centerpiece of which is that a BART manager was receiving 4 spousal income streams from the company, but also that the manager worked for the company in the past and the manager's spouse and sibling still work for the company. Our first recommendation is that the BART manager be permanently reassigned away from administering or making any contracts with the company. Next slide, please. I want to focus on the second finding and recommendation because additional information came to our attention the day before we published this report. We consulted with the Office of the General Counsel during this investigation and were provided a court case and 2 FPPC advice letters that were not sufficiently clear as to how a court would rule in this particular situation. The Office of the General Counsel conferred with that and did not draw a clear conclusion either. Our particular concern was that the BART manager's spouse was receiving profit-sharing distributions while the manager was making or administering multi-million-dollar contracts with the company. Although there is not a direct correlation between the profit-sharing amounts and the company's revenue from BART contracts, at least a portion of the profit-sharing distribution is the direct result of the company having had large contracts with BART. Again, I refer to the court case People versus Honig, which said, put in ordinary but nonetheless precise terms, an official has a financial interest in a contract if he might profit from it. The citation emphasized the words, if he might profit from it, by putting them in italics. Because of the complexity of the situation, the variation in court case rulings, and our discussions with the Office of the General Counsel that a court might rule either way on this, we did not draw a definitive conclusion in our report concerning whether the spousal income the BART manager received was a financial conflict of interest with the company. Accordingly, we had recommended that the district seek an outside opinion from the FPPC or another appropriate source to determine if Government Code Section 1090 was violated, as that determination would drive whether the existing contract must be voided and the outcome of the unpaid invoices. Also, because the FPPC does not provide advisory opinions after a situation has occurred, an opinion from them could only be sought through an enforcement action, which means the alternative in our recommendation to seek an outside opinion would likely have been the best option. However, as I was preparing a comments document regarding management response to this recommendation, I came across another FPPC advice letter in which the facts much more appropriately align with the circumstances of this situation than did the court case and other FPPC advice letters that I have been provided, because it involved a distribution of the firm's profits to a spouse of a government official. The FPPC concluded in that case that the official must be prohibited from being involved in making the contract, because doing so would have resulted in a financial conflict of interest under Government Code Section 1090. The method of distribution of the annual profit sharing funds was different from the facts in our investigation, but the FPPC conclusion was based on the similar fact that it was a profit sharing distribution, which is also one of the income streams the BART manager's spouse receives. Other similarities with that FPPC advice letter are that the spouse was not directly involved in the procurement process, meaning the negotiation process, and would not perform any of the services required under the contract. Next slide, please. We thought it was important to look at the circumstances that allowed the situation to occur, because that is what needs to be the focus of corrective action to prevent the situation from occurring again in the future. Because BART has codes of conduct for both employees and contractors, we reviewed both to see if they were clear about the reporting requirements. Neither of those have been updated in the 9 years since the board approved them in 2013. Since conflict of interest laws are ever changing, a best practice is to review codes of conduct at least annually and update them as necessary. The lack of an ongoing review has resulted in ongoing mismatches between the BART contractor code of conduct and the BART employee code of conduct, and seems to put more responsibility on contractors than employees for what each is required to report. Of particular note, the contractor code requires disclosure of close personal relationships, such as the sibling relationship in this situation, between contractors and BART employees, but does not specifically define what relationships meet that requirement. The employee code does not specifically require disclosure of former employment or close personal relationships with a prospective or current BART contractor, but requires disclosure of a relationship that would prevent a contractor from being unable or potentially able to be impartial and objective based on that relationship, but does not define specifically what that means. Contractors are required to disclose any financial relationship with a BART employee official, regardless of whether the facts actually constitute a conflict of interest under the law. But employees are only required to not be financially interested in any contract made by them. The employee code references federal FTA conflict of interest prohibitions, but the contractor code does not. However, those prohibitions are referenced in the request for proposal or RFP documents. Both codes reference conflicts that must be reported to various individuals, including BART's ethics officer, procurement, and real estate and development managers. Although the contractor code of conduct has several references to the ethics officer, it does not say who the ethics officer is or how to contact the person. The employee code of conduct does not reference the ethics officer at all. And a search of the term ethics officer on the BART website does not come up with any information that would allow the contractor to identify who that person is. We also saw that although the RFP documents made several references to conflicts of interest, those references were not consolidated in a single location in the RFP, which makes it difficult for a potential proposer to fully understand the reporting expectations. While we recognize that different laws have different requirements regarding conflicts of interest, Clear and consistent language in Bart's codes of conduct can set the expectations to ensure that both employees and contractors report anything that can be viewed as a potential conflict of interest, whether real or apparent. We recommended that Bart review and update the codes of conduct to ensure the discussions of conflicts of interest are clear and consistent for both contractors and employees, and separately that Bart revise its boilerplate language in RFP and other bid documents to consolidate information on conflict of interest prohibitions, appropriate federal and state references, Bart's contractor code of conduct reference, and reporting requirements all in a single location. An important consideration for those revisions is that the guidance must ensure that the most restrictive of the laws are set as the floor for all reporting requirements. Next slide, please. Fifth, requests for proposals require companies doing business with Bart to comply with the contractor code of conduct, but there is no specific requirement in the RFP itself to report such conflicts, let alone in writing to Bart. We recommend that procurement create a template that contractors will be required to use to disclose potential personal, financial, and contractual conflicts of interest, and that it be required to be submitted with every bid and proposal. The template should include a preamble that refers bidders to the consolidated conflict of interest information in the bid documents and a statement that bidders are required to sign indicating that they have read and understand the disclosure requirements. Requiring a written statement for every bid or proposal submitted will reduce the risk of not having potential conflicts of interest appropriately disclosed. Next slide, please. Sixth, Bart requires members of its source selection committees, which are the people who evaluate proposals received, to sign a certification that they do not have any conflicts of interest with regard to a specific procurement action in which they will participate. However, Bart does not require other employees involved in the procurement process to sign the statement. It also does not require contract administrators to sign the statement, despite the fact that they manage multi-million-dollar contracts after award. Our recommendation is to revise the certification form as necessary to align it with the updated employee code of conduct so employees are clear about what they are required to report and recuse themselves from participating in any part of the procurement or contract administration process if they have a potential conflict of interest. We also recommended expanding its use to all staff who are involved in any way in the procurement and contract administration process for a project. Next slide, please. Finally, there are opportunities to improve how Bart processes FPPC Forms 700, Statements of Financial Interests. This case demonstrated that although certain officials are required to file these forms annually, Bart did not have a process to review the completed forms. This meant that even if an employee disclosed a potential financial conflict on their FPPC Form 700, no Bart official had an obligation to review it, let alone act upon it. Our final recommendations are to develop and require employees to participate in training to ensure their understanding of the Employee Code of Conduct and the conflict of interest prohibitions in Government Code Section 1090 and FTA regulations, establish and implement a process for reviewing employees' future FPPC Form 700 and inform respective management of any potential conflicts identified. Our final recommendation was for the district secretary's office to revise the cover letter sent to Bart staff when informing them of their responsibility to file a Form 700. So it includes language reminding them that they are personally responsible for understanding their reporting requirements and verifying the completeness and accuracy of their forms. They should also consult with FPPC with specific questions regarding their reporting requirements. Next slide, please. Before I conclude, and as I mentioned when I began this presentation, it's not our office's normal practice to brief district officials on our investigative work prior to completion. But because of the seriousness of the allegation, I consulted with the Office of the General Counsel and discussed the allegations with the general manager while the investigation was in progress. The general manager took our initial discussion seriously and immediately implemented significant actions to prevent ongoing impact to the parties involved and to make policy improvements. These included removing the BART manager from work related to the affected contracts, issuing a stop work order on the company's work plans and putting the $5.4 million of unpaid invoices on hold, requiring all managers to review their subordinates' prior year FPPC Form 700 for completeness and accuracy, and to identify potential conflicts of interest. Developing an online training video to inform employees who are required to file Form FPPC 700 about the types of conflicts of interest that must be reported to prevent violations, and issuing communications on the seriousness and importance of potential conflicts of interest and the need for accurate submission of FPPC Form 700. In addition, the district secretary's office included updated language in its most recent communication to staff that notified them of their requirement to file a Form 700 for 2021, and just this week informed management about the process that has been implemented for them to review their subordinates' recently filed Form 700 for FY21, for calendar year 21. The board should be gratified by the general managers and acting district secretaries' responses to date. Next slide, please. The general manager has agreed to implement 7 of the 8 recommendations that fall within his responsibilities, and the acting district secretary agreed to implement the recommendation that falls within the responsibility of the district secretary's office. The general manager did not specifically agree to implement our second recommendation, which was to seek an expert outside opinion as to whether a violation of Government Code Section 1090 did indeed occur. Next slide, please. The general manager's response to the second recommendation was that they believe all agreements, work plans, and invoicing with the firm are fair and reasonable. It is very important to understand that this is not criteria for determining if there was a violation of Government Code Section 1090 or the FDA TA regulations. In fact, in one court case, the court ruled that the prohibition applies even when the terms of the proposed contract are demonstrably fair and equitable or plainly to the public entity's advantage. The criteria for determining if a violation of Government Code Section 1090 occurred is whether a contract was made, and if so, was there a financial conflict of interest in the contract? And the criteria under FTA regulations is whether there was a financial or personal conflict of interest, real or apparent, in the contract. The general manager's response also says that they are of the opinion that no financial interest was realized based on their discussion with the general counsel's office. As I said earlier, I also had ongoing discussions with the general counsel's office during this investigation. Although I was initially told that they were sufficiently persuaded that there was not a financial conflict of interest based on the court case and 2 FPPC advice letters they provided, they later agreed that it is not clear that there was not a financial conflict of interest or how a court would rule in response to questions I raised after reviewing the court references in the court case and FPPC advice letters. Late last Thursday, I learned that the general counsel's office had already consulted with an outside attorney who had also concluded that a court might rule either way on this situation. However, as I also said earlier, the FPPC advice letter that I found last Friday was based on facts that are very similar to the facts in this investigation regarding the profit sharing component of the spouse's income. And the FPPC concluded in that case that a violation of Government Code 1090 would occur if the government official became involved in making the contract. Based on that, I strongly advise that BART management reconsider its conclusion that no financial conflict of interest was realized. I think it's also important to know that in another court case, the court ruled that a decision to modify, extend, or renegotiate a contract, it constitutes involvement in the making of a contract under Section 1090. That is intended to mean you can't just turn around and renegotiate the contract to make it not a violation of Section 1090. Next slide, please. We'd like to thank everyone who provided information for this investigation. And I also want to thank PGH Wong for their promptness in providing documents to us and their openness in responding to our questions during this investigation. This completes my part of the presentation, but before we turn to questions, I think the general manager may want to expand on the comments I made about the actions he's taken to correct this situation to prevent it from happening again.
Yes, thank you, Inspector General. And we definitely are going to come to questions. Traditionally, we have the presentations and then public comment, and then we turn to the directors. So in this case, I will call upon our general manager, Robert Powers. And then following that, and I have respect and appreciation for your point that as this investigation was done, it was not, you did not release the name of the individual, you did not release the name of the firm, but the reality is that press have the right to do their work. And so it is clear that this investigation involves PGH Wong. For that reason, after Mr. Powers speaks and any staff, and I do think that it would be good to call upon the general counsel, Mr. Matthew Burrows, to speak to the outside counsel that they involved. Then I would like to call on Mr. Cliff Wong from PGH Wong, and then their attorney, Neil O'Donnell, because by doing that, then we can have questions. If they were to testify under public comment, we would be limited later on for give and take or questions that may arise. So for that reason, that is how I intend to proceed. And I will now call upon our general manager, Robert Powers.
Good morning, Chair Duffy. It's actually Deputy General Manager Jones, if you'll indulge me. Good morning, members of the board and members of the Audit Committee. So I want to start by acknowledging the Inspector General for the collaborative approach and engagement on her report, as well as the open and transparent discussions on our responses to her recommendations. The IG provided staff with a draft prior to publishing, allowed ample time for us to respond, and had several conversations with me prior to finalizing and publishing her report. Clearly, the findings in the report provide several opportunities for BART to improve policies, procedures, and practices related to our employee code of conduct, contractor code of conduct, and reporting potential conflicts of interest. Because we agreed with the IG's findings, we agreed to fully implement 8 of the 9 recommendations and are actively working to complete them. One recommendation in the report, as the IG mentioned, was more complex to fully implement. Recommendation number 2 suggested that the district seek an expert outside opinion from the Fair Political Practices Commission, or the FPPC, or other appropriate source to determine if the conflicts of interest violate California Government Code 1090, and if they do, void the contract and not pay the outstanding invoices. Seeking an opinion from the FPPC is not an option because the Commission will not provide advisory opinions on actions that have already occurred. We did, however, with the assistance of the legal department, seek an opinion from a well-renowned law firm with expertise in this subject matter. The feedback we received was that there are case law and FPP opinions that have issued findings on both sides, as the IG mentions. There are rulings in similar cases to this one that, when applied to this fact pattern, would suggest that the employee in question had no financial interest and therefore no 1090 violation. There are also rulings in similar cases that assert a narrower opinion of financial interest, and the fact pattern suggests that the employee in question would have had a financial interest that could result in a 1090 violation. Given that there is no clear opinion or guidance on this matter, and that BART management firmly believes and is not convinced that a financial interest exists with the employee in question, we believe that canceling this contract would be damaging to the Bay Area, damaging to BART, and damaging to PGH Wong and their subconsultants, who have all been upstanding and dedicated partners to the district. I'd like to thank you, Chair Duffy, as well as Inspector General Richardson for providing a response. And I will turn it back to you, Chair Duffy.
So, Mr. Burrows, would this be an appropriate time to call upon you?
Sure, Chair Duffy. My understanding is the question from you involves when we engaged outside counsel and whether they were experts. So when this matter was brought to our attention, our office almost immediately engaged outside counsel with specific expertise in conflicts of interest. They determined, just as the Inspector General's report states, that there are legal authorities on both sides of this issue being whether or not a financial interest exists from what happened here. And my office separately reached the same conclusion. Inspector General Richardson also reached the same conclusion. There are authorities on different sides, and the issue here is which way to go. I mean, you're all smart enough to see that the issue here is that the Inspector General is taking a more conservative approach than the General Manager. But we did engage outside counsel, and it seems to me that everybody agrees that there are legal authorities on both sides of this issue. Does that respond to your question, Director Duffy?
Yes, I would simply say that I think it would be valuable to at least disclose who the firm is that did this.
Oh, sure, Pillsbury.
Okay.
Pillsbury, a multinational, very well-renowned firm with expertise specifically in this issue.
Okay. And had they worked with us before, or you specifically reached out to a firm that was expert in this area?
They have, in the past, they have worked with us a lot. They have not worked with us much recently, but they employ folks who have worked at the FPPC in the past. So they are well grounded in this area of expertise, and we have historically worked with them a lot just the last few years. As separate from all this, the board knows I've been trying to keep much more work in-house, but we went out right away on this.
Thank you. Okay, so now, colleagues, I would call on or ask the district secretary. Well, actually, I would call on Cliff Wong from PGH Wong, and then Mr. Neil O'Donnell, who is counsel to PGH Wong. And I would ask the district secretary not to run the clock on their presentation.
Thank you, Director Duffy. Thank you, Director Duffy. Good morning, members of the BART board. I'm Cliff Wong, president of PGH Wong Engineering, and I'd like to take a moment to give you a bit of background about PGH Wong, as I think it's important to understand how we fit into the fabric of this community that encompasses the district. My father, Peter Wong, was an immigrant raised by a single mother among 7 brothers and sisters. From the tiny island of Fiji, he came to the United States to study engineering. One of his first jobs out of college in 1971 was working on the original BART system. He was a systems engineer. He weighed the first BART vehicle. He's tested its braking system on the BART tracks. Since then, my father's history, the history of PGH Wong, and the history of BART have been intertwined. Since starting PGH Wong in 1985, my father and all the employees of our firm have worked tirelessly to serve the district and the transit industry. We grew and thrived, graduating from the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program and going on to support and mentor other disadvantaged business enterprises so they might do the same. We employ more than 200 Bay Area residents. We live in the same communities where we work, hand in hand with BART, to make people's lives better across the district. I'd like to address plainly what happened with respect to this matter. The BART employee in question began working for PGH Wong in 2005. Her husband began working for the firm shortly thereafter, and both were assigned to work on BART projects at BART. BART duly recognized our former employee's value and encouraged her to join BART, eventually hiring her in 2015. When she was hired, she notified BART that her husband worked for PGH Wong as an administrative assistant. At that time, she was not in a contracting role. When she was promoted to the agreement manager role, she again notified BART that her husband works for PGH Wong. BART and PGH Wong worked to address the situation. We removed her husband from BART work as requested by BART. The BART employee also recused herself from the most recent general construction manager selection. panel. As the OIG report acknowledges, these facts were disclosed and well known by Bart, but they were not documented. And as noted by the IG, the requirement to disclose in writing was not provided clearly within the RFPs. It is important to note also that our profit sharing program is part of our 401k retirement plan and not a distribution of profits. There is absolutely no financial interest of the employee in this contract. For our lack of documentation, we have certainly paid the price. Our work with the district was put on hold in February, and work under the particular contract at issue, our largest with BART, remains on hold. The lives of 159 people have been impacted, from many of them from small, minority, and disadvantaged businesses. The viability of our collective firms to exist is at risk. Exhibiting our commitment to the community in which we work and our commitment to take care of every single one of our employees, and at significant cost to the firm that cannot be recovered, we have continued to employ full-time the many people who work for PGH Wong on BART projects throughout this cease work order. We are more than happy to take care of our people and not to lay anyone off. We've always worked in good faith and with the best interest of BART as well as the public in mind. We've been fully transparent throughout our long history at BART and throughout this investigation. We believe in doing the right thing. We believe in integrity. And we look forward to resolving this matter and getting on with the important work of serving the district. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I wanted to call upon Mr. Neil O'Donnell, counsel to PGH Wong of the firm Rogers, Joseph and O'Donnell.
Thank you very much, members of the board and of the audit committee. The practice of our firm focuses on government contracts, including specifically questions of conflict of interest. It's a practice I've been involved in for nearly 50 years. We were retained by PGH Wong as soon as the IG's concerns surfaced to thoroughly examine this situation. They wanted to be sure that they got this right and did the right thing. They could not afford to do the remaining $27 million worth of work on this contract for BART and then find out that they had to return all of the money that they had been paid because the contracts would void. PGH Wong, not BART, would have that risk. And if it happened, it would literally kill the firm. So that was our charge, determine whether there was a 1090 problem here or not. Government Code 1090 is a short statute. It has an admirable goal, preventing conflict of interest in the making of public contracts. Its key is whether a public official or employee has a financial interest in a contract he or she was involved in making. Anyone who examines the cases decided under the statute quickly realizes that its application doesn't lend itself to easy, broad generalizations. Rather, it turns on examining with great care the facts of each situation. And that is what we did here. The Wongs gave us full access to any information we desired, just as they did to the General Counsel's office and to the Inspector General, as she noted. And here, when we looked, we found that first, the spouse was not a high-level employee at PGH Wong. He was removed from all BART work when his wife became a BART manager. And critically, none of the spouse's compensation depended on the award of these or any BART contracts. The spouse's salary was fixed and showed completely normal progression both before and after his wife became a BART employee and before and after the award of either of these contracts. His bonuses and his 401 contributions showed a similar pattern, unremarkable amounts, unrelated to any BART contract. The final element of his compensation, the so-called profit sharing plan, is really a retirement plan. And judged by her questions to us, and as she acknowledged today, this was a particular focus for the Inspector General, and so it was a particular focus for us as well. When we looked, we found that the overall profit sharing pool was not determined by the profitability or even the revenues of the firm in a particular year, but rather by the unilateral and discretionary determination of PGH Wong. The amount of that pool from year to year did not track the revenues or the profitability of the firm. And the amount that any individual, like the Bart manager's spouse, received was determined by a fixed formula. And that formula was based on factors like position, years of service, age, and the number of other participants in the plan. So the contribution to his retirement plan had no relation to the firm's revenue or profitability. And in fact, there was a possibility that the award of an additional contract by increasing the number of employees in the firm and therefore participants in the profit sharing plan could actually reduce the amount of the profit sharing contribution of the spouse. All of that means that whether the Bart contracts were awarded or not has no effect on the compensation of the manager's spouse. These facts put this case directly within the finding of a Court of Appeals decision in Eden Township Healthcare District versus Sutter Health, where the court said that where the evidence fails to show that the agreements at issue have a tangible impact on one's position or affect any change in one's salaries, benefits, or status, there is no disqualifying conflict of interest. I'd respectfully submit that a similar careful review of the facts of the cases on which the IG relies shows that those situations are very different from the facts here. The IG referred to the case of People versus Koenig in her presentation, and both in writing and as presented to the board. That case, as some of you may recall, involved the state superintendent of schools awarding contracts to school districts throughout the state, knowing that the money would be used to hire a consulting firm owned by his wife. That is nothing like this case. Similarly, the FPPC advice letter quoted in the IG's response to the general manager's position on recommendation 2 involved a situation in which the spouse owned an interest in the firm being awarded the contract and had both a bonus and other compensation, which was tied directly to the firm's profitability. Those are not this case. The broad generalizations from these cases contained in the IG's report are simply inapplicable to this very different situation. It is true that there can be some difference of opinion, and is in the cases, about the application of 1090. But in this case, the facts are very much on the side of a finding that 1090 does not apply. And the risk of any, if it does, is on PGH Wong, not on Bart. Finally, as to the FTA standards, to which the IG also refers, that standard is a little different from 1090. As the IG's presentation recognized, it focuses on whether the public official involved in the award of the contract has an interest in the firm to which the award was made. So it's not just a financial interest, it's an interest in the firm. Neither the Bart manager nor her spouse have any interest in PGH Wong. The FTA conflict regulation is simply not applicable here. In these circumstances, we'd submit that the proper course is to proceed with the contract with PGH Wong, recognizing that steps have been taken to avoid problems in the future, and that the facts here do not justify the drastic step of failing to pay this company $5.4 million for work which it did and did well, and taking away from it the opportunity to continue to do its excellent work for Bart in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. As I turn now to the acting district secretary to call on general public comment, I do want to indicate to my colleagues on the audit committee and the board of directors that following public comment, it is my intention to call on the president and then the vice president, and then to move alphabetically with the directors and the audit committee members. So, Madam District Secretary, can you proceed with public comment?
Yes, certainly. Jeff, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board and audit committee. My name is Jeff Watson, and I'm a vice president of HNTB Corporation and run the Northern California practice for HNTB. I understand the seriousness of the conflict of interest investigation by the Inspector General's office and appreciate that effort as a taxpayer and BART rider. And I'd like to point out I have no financial interest in the firm in question, and my relationship with that firm is as one of a competitor. To the IG's report, I am very supportive of clarifying the conflict of interest procedures moving forward so we never have to deal with this again. But I am not supportive of canceling the firm's in question $40 million CM contract or not paying their $5.4 million in their invoices. The firm in question is of high integrity. They have a long history with the region and BART and bring high value to BART and their services due to their expertise. And keep in mind, I am a competitor when I'm saying that. The BART manager referenced in the IG person, I've worked with that person for years. They're a person of high integrity and a valued BART employee, and they did the right thing by recusing themselves from working on the firm in question's contract. The BART manager and spouse, in my opinion, don't have financial interest in the firm. The BART manager spouse is an employee of the firm, not a decision maker at the firm, nor a major shareholder. Canceling the firm's CM contract will have negative consequences throughout the region, resulting in project delays to BART and job losses, changing the landscaping in which BART seeks consultant support and harming sub-consultants, including small businesses who are part of that overall contract. Listening today, I am in full agreement with BART management and their approach moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Committee Chair Bevan Duffy and members of the joint boards. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I speak to you simply as an ordinary user of BART, as I'm sure you all know. And what I am looking for, and possibly having to read between the lines, is the nexus about how this issue affects the public like myself. I don't know if I have standing to speak, but I'm going to speak anyway, unless you indicate otherwise. So I am simply a person of ordinary high school education and things I learn on my own. I can't say I know much about aircraft engines either, but I choose to be informed. But I am thinking of this issue of bandwidth, and I see an internal tug of war here, of which obviously there are many things that can't be said. But I think more so about bandwidth because I don't want the basics of BART to be diminished, such as ensuring the electricity stays on or ensuring that the wheels and the rails are of integrity and ensuring basic public safety on the system and ensuring that the fares are properly processed. Because we only have so much bandwidth, because we as humans have limitations in our capacity. I ask that you consider your decisions in an egalitarian light, because as a person myself who does not meet societally established definitions, adverse decisions could come more at my expense than those of others. And so I ask of you to think of this in an egalitarian, impartial way, and to not be personal about it, because the tone of what I hear at times sounds very adversarial. But I come to you in a collaborative way, because I would like to think that I share with you all the desire to build a better BART, and a BART that would hopefully be great and legendary. Because what I want when I get on an airplane is that the engines are going to run right and not fail, and I'm going to get to the other side. And when I ride BART, I want to be able to tap my Clipper card and get on a train and get safely to the other side. I ask that you remember this. Your decision should be based on BART being the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pree. Madam Secretary.
Caller whose phone number ends in 3266, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Judith Reese, and I ride the BART every single day. It's how I get to work, it's how I get home. And as an everyday BART rider, I want to tell the board that they have to follow the 1090 law and cancel all contracts with PGH Wong. Further, BART is required to disengage all funds that have been spent with PGH Wong and all contracts with them. I'm calling on all BART riders to prepare a lawsuit on this matter. A judge will tell the board that they have to do these things. The board, please save us a headache and just do the things you're required to do by law without needing a lawsuit to make you do it. Additionally, the BART needs to have an audit of all funds that BART directors and their families have received from PGH Wong, because I'm sure any director who wants to be lenient on this has received some kind of funds or incentives from the firm. Thank you, and I really hope you do the right thing.
Thank you.
Members of the public, if you'd like to make a public comment and you're using the Zoom application, you can use the raise hand feature. It's a feature on the application, or if you're calling in with a telephone, you can raise your hand using *6. And then when you see the request to unmute, you can hit *9. Shotzi, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Shotzi Allen Jefferson, and I'm president of the Allen Group. And I'm here not to debate, the merits of this case, because I really don't have all of the facts. However, I am here as a small business owner who has known Peter Wong and Cliff and Ron for over 30 years. I mean, Peter started out in 2 little rooms on Terraville, and I know this because I used to visit my mother, Laverta Allen. I used to visit him, and he was always an advocate for minority and women-owned firms from the very beginning. What I am here to say is that I'm glad that the IG said she didn't want to mention any of the names. However, the reputational damage that has come as a matter of a lack of due process. I mean, in America, we're supposed to be innocent until we're proven guilty, is irreparable. I mean, I don't even think that you can imagine the financial hardship, the reputation hardship that they have gone through. And I have known them for many, many years, and they have always had the utmost integrity in all actions that they've ever performed. They've done a great job. They've been a great help to myself, over the years. And I am just very concerned as a contractor with BART and as a small business that this type of punitive damage that took place, prior to any real investigation, in my opinion, just cannot ever happen again. We must all, as contractors, understand what the process is. And BART needs to understand what the process is, but it cannot ever be like this. Again, my company would be wiped out, and, with this type of financial impact. And I think that BART's objective is to try to work with, I do want to say also that the manager in question I've known for many years, and I have never known that person to be involved in selection of any of the contracts that I have ever participated on. She's only had the utmost, confidentiality and integrity in all of her dealings. So I do want to say that. And I also want to say, as like Mr. Watson, I'm a competitor. I often go up against, PGH Wong, but at the end of the day, I think we all have to be concerned about the damage that that this has caused their firm that I don't know is recoverable, both by reputation and financially. And I would hate to see this ever happen again. So I ask that you put process in place that everyone understands.
Thank you so much.
Caller whose number ends in 4078, please go ahead.
It's perfect.
Go ahead and try *6. You are unmuted, please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Anne Marie Hogan, and I'm the former elected city auditor for the city of Berkeley, and I'm here today on behalf of the Association of Local Government Auditors, ALGA. I'll be speaking later on item 9, but first I wanted to thank the board and the audit committee for the work you've done. And especially on behalf of ALGA, I'd like to recognize the general manager and the general manager staff and the city attorney, and the district attorney for responding very rapidly, for agreeing with 5 out of 6 of the recommendations. And I can see that the 6th recommendation still has more information coming. And especially for moving so swiftly to actually make changes. This is something that all of us in the accountability committee community really like to see. And I think that Bart needs to be commended for that speed of action in this difficult circumstance. And I just want to tell you that I'm the former chair and a longtime member of ALGA's advocacy committee. And so what I particularly work on as a volunteer, now that I'm retired, I'm still a volunteer, is amending our model legislation guidelines. And so we do have model legislation for local government auditors that's also used by the inspector generals that are in our organization. And most recently, the city of Modesto, their charter review committee that I've been working with for some time, has adopted basically our model and is moving forward with meeting with council to put that on the ballot. And we've been working with the city of Riverside's charter review committee about their elected inspector general position that the charter review committee has put forward to go on the November ballot. So that's who ALGA is. I look forward to talking to you again, and I just congratulations to the inspector general's office for their work, and to the audit committee and to the board for your support, and particularly to the actions taken so far by the management and the management staff, because an audit or an investigation is only good as the positive change that results. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam District Secretary.
Liz, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you, Chair Duffy. My name is Liz Jessison. I'm a Vice President and WSP's Transportation Leader for Northern California. I appreciate the opportunity to address this committee and would like to echo some of the sentiments that my colleagues with other firms in our industry have shared today. I'm not going to comment about the specific investigation or the IG report, as it's an ongoing investigation and I'm not personally familiar with the facts or claims in that investigation. I'm here to just tell you about what I know about PGH Wong based on our dealings with them. WSP, previously known as Parsons Brinckerhoff, has a long history of working together with PGH Wong. And early on, WSP served as a mentor to PGH Wong as a new DBE firm in Bart's Minority Business Program. We are pleased to see how PJH Wong has grown from a DBE to a respected professional services firm in our region and partner in the community. PJH Wong has provided years of dedicated staff and solid design services to improve and expand the BART system in many other public agencies in the Bay Area and the West. In fact, as many have noted, PJH Wong is a success story, having graduated from BART's DBE program and is now one of our competitors. But I'm also proud to say we are partners, and currently their leadership has always brought high ethical standards to our joint venture in dealings with our shared clients. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam District Secretary.
Wayne, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, BART members, Chair Dufty, and all. My name is Wayne Perry. I have a small construction management firm, and I have had the pleasure and the privilege of knowing PGH Wong, Peter, and the family for a while. Not only do I know the leadership team, but also several of the employees. I've only known them for over 30 years as a symbol of the highest integrity. We've both been partners with them. We've been a consultant to them, and I've never, ever seen anything untoward in the way that they do business and their business practices. They've always had the best interest of BART and all of their clients. I've known this for and experienced this throughout my years in working with them. I also know that they have a true partnership and respect with their team members. They've always treated their team members fairly and always have looked out for the best interests of the entire team to serve the client. I know that they treat their employees fairly. I also know that that their employees and their leadership team have also been a mentor to me and to my employees as we've partnered on several projects. And overall, they are a symbol of what's good about our industry. And I would say that they are a beacon in our community of what good work is and what true partnership is and how they conduct their business. So with all that said, I do not support canceling their contract. And as my previous colleagues have indicated, I think just providing more clarity around the rules on how to do business with BART properly would be very, very helpful. And I thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you. Madam District Secretary.
Chair Dufty, I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
Thank you so much. So now we'll proceed to comments or questions from directors and audit committee members. And just again, as I indicated, I will call upon the president and the vice president, and then alphabetically, Allen, Ames, Foley, McPartland, Perry, Rayburn, Simon, Willis, and then myself. Madam President.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the Inspector General and her team for the significant work you've done on this. Clearly, you've unearthed some things that need to be changed at BART, and some of them already have been changed or are in the process of changing. And I want to thank General Manager Bob Powers and Deputy General Manager Michael Jones, and I know a lot of staff have been working on this for moving so quickly to kind of hit pause on the contract to implement all of the changes that were recommended by the Inspector General. I think moving forward, we're going to have a stronger agency, and that is very important, and stronger contracting relationships, and will ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. I also want to thank PGH Wong and Cliff Wong for being here with us today. I know this is a tremendously difficult situation. You've been doing work with BART for a very long time and have been very important in a lot of the key projects we've moved forward. And I can only imagine how challenging this has been for you and your business and all of your employees. So just appreciate your work and appreciate how challenging this situation is. In terms of moving forward, I wanted to ask, based on, what we've heard from, Michael Jones and Matt Burrows, we already knew, I think we knew maybe a month or two ago that the FPPC, they had been reached out to and they said they wouldn't give an opinion on this because it's something that had occurred already. It wasn't asking for an opinion on a potential future thing. And we all know now that there was outside counsel hired that gave an opinion on this. So I guess I'd like to hear more from the Inspector General, knowing that the FPPC won't comment unless you know of another route to get a comment from them, and that we have engaged outside counsel. What other outside sources are you recommending that Bart seeks an opinion from?
So the FPPC would look at this as an enforcement action, and I do believe that is a possibility. If we went to them and said, please look, did a violation occur? They will look at it as an enforcement action, and that could bring penalties along with it. So there was a speaker who indicated that a lawsuit, encouraged a lawsuit. That is actually a possibility that might happen, and it would be out of our hands if that does. I think that with it being up in the air, I would be more inclined to not take the risk that it is a violation and void the contract, rather than leave the contract in place and take the risk that if a lawsuit is filed and found against the district, that there could be greater penalties for the firm, and that could be more damaging for the firm.
Thank you. And I don't know, Matt or Michael or whoever wants to comment on the FPPC situation. It seems like we're being told two different things, that they will comment or they won't. So what is your understanding? Did you ask for something else than Inspector General Richardson is asking for?
No, so this is Matt Burrows, the General Counsel. Not to speak for the Inspector General, but I think what she was describing as an enforcement action is if a member of the public, filed a complaint with the FPPC. Is that right, Harriet? So
yes, that's
the
correct.
FPPC, yeah, the Inspector General was correct in saying the FPPC does not give advice. They don't provide advice on things that have already happened. When complaints are filed with them, they look at the complaint, and if they figure that an investigation is warranted, then they do conduct one. But that is an enforcement action. If somebody said, I think something went wrong and I want you to investigate it, not a request for advice, it's a complaint.
So I think I'm still struggling with trying to figure out how recommendation number 2 would be implemented, because I'm not seeing another source we could ask for advice from. So I think that's something I'm struggling with, is how could it be implemented? So I'll leave my comments at that.
President, thank you.
So I don't have any questions here, just a few points to make. First, I want to align myself with President Saltzman's comments around her many, many things. And just want to note that this is an informational item today. And what I've really heard from all parties involved is how collaborative and transparent the process has been. And I really want to deeply thank the Inspector General, Bart Management, Bart General Counsel, and PGH Wong for your openness in participating and really sharing information. The fact that you all invested time and energy means that you all recognize the importance of this issue, this investigation that was raised, and a need to resolve this issue and further prevent such issues from ever occurring again. There was no shoving things under the rug. I mean, we've spent a significant amount of meeting time here to, publicly discuss this item. And especially for PGH Wong, I really echo President Saltzman's comments. Truly, we would not have a system we have today without the great work and dedication PGH Wong has had to Bart over decades. So I think, we've all been really treating this with care and acknowledging how difficult the situation has been. Second, I of course want to thank public commenters for taking time out of your day to call in and express your thoughts. That's always important to hear from the public. Third, I want to thank GM Powers and DGM Jones for so thoroughly responding to the recommendations, as it's clear to me that IG's investigation uncovered some really serious issues and areas for improvement to ensure clarity, disclosures, and fully understandable and accessible processes for disclosing conflicts of interest and upholding ethics as required by law. I think the 9 members of this board, we are all elected officials, so we understand, we've all had to work with FPPC in different ways, file our Form 700. So we understand, you know, how it can be confusing at times and how there's always room for improvement there. I would like to ensure we receive updates from Bart management regarding the implementation of these recommendations, because it sounds like that implementation is only just beginning. Lastly, the sticking point here, and I think President Saltzman, you sort of raised some of these struggles, well, is this final recommendation 2, which would determine whether the contract would need to be made void. Once again, this is not an action item today. And I would further say I have full trust in the general manager to work with all parties to determine the necessary action that is needed to be taken. Based on legal experts, including outside counsel that are conflict of interest experts, to me, it does not seem appropriate or legally supported to move forward at this time to void this contract at all. The investigation, you know, is still ongoing, and it would be hasty to make any decision, especially as it is clear that sort of the rippling negative implications it would have beyond just this one contract. I would further say that based on what I've heard here, I do think staff has taken sufficient actions based on the IG's recommendations. I think it's still a question of, you know, when this investigation comes to a close and what would be needed for that to happen. I would hope that there is a clear end to that so that Bart can really move forward with implementing recommendations. I'm not making a determination about what needs to happen. You know, I think IG Richardson, you obviously make that determination when the investigation has closed. And then I think that like this question of like, can people file a FPPC complaint? Can someone file a lawsuit? I mean, like, we live in California. Anyone can take such actions. There is always a risk every single day of literally that happening for anything. So I don't think like a lawsuit could be filed or a complaint could be filed is like the threshold for us to take one action or another, but we have to weigh sort of the complexities of all this and have, you know, the information we can have at hand. So I'll end my comments there, but again, appreciate everyone's work on this.
Thank you, Director Ames. I apologize, Director Allen. I'm so sorry.
L comes before M. Sorry. I was thinking Director Ames would go first, actually. So I was right there with you, Director Dufty. Look, thank you, Inspector General Richardson, and also to your staff, because I know all of you worked very hard and you have a very small staff. But thank you for this investigation and the report and the recommendations. Most importantly, I appreciate the well-researched recommendations to the general manager, the district secretary, and management personnel for ways to strengthen our internal controls over contracting and to help ensure that we're doing what we can to prevent conflicts of interest in the contracting process. Your recommendations include some very specific things in the areas of documentation and communication in contracting, all incredibly helpful to all of the contractors that do business with Bart. And I've heard from some of them, quite a few of them actually, over 5 years, talk about the confusing process. It's one of the major complaints. So I think some of your recommendations are going to be very helpful in that. I applaud the general manager's office and for their quick, and staff for the quick action in making procedural and policy changes as soon as this was disclosed to you by the IG. But at first, I can't help but wonder with, what we read here about maybe some loose instructions or confusing instructions and a lack of compliance oversight. How many other times have these conflicts occurred and we didn't even know about them? And I must also believe that if the IG had not uncovered this and brought this to light today, that it would be business as usual at BART, and potential conflicts of interest would continue in other ways with other contractors. So again, I thank Harriet Richardson and your staff at the Office of the BART Inspector General for this work. Regardless of how this all turns out, I am hopeful that the BART GM, legal counsel, district secretary, controller's office, and their staff recognize the value of the work of the Office of the Inspector General in helping move forward with new ways of ensuring proper controls over contracting. After all, BART is spending about $1.5 billion per year in capital projects, most of which are contracted. So I believe far more work needs to be done in this area of contracting going forward. And I'm hopeful that we can find the needed funding to do that through the IG's office. On the legal question of the potential conflict of interest in violation of Section 1090, it is worth noting again that Section 1090 operates as a matter of the law to deem a contract null and void when a conflict of interest exists. This board doesn't make that decision. And I heard some people say, oh, you know, don't void the contract. This comes down to, if 1090 is violated with a conflict of interest, then the contract must be voided. And the question that we have to answer here is there a violation of Section 1090? That's really the question on the table here. And I've listened to BART's counsel, Deputy GM, the counsel of PGH Wong, and I've listened to them all argue here that there was no conflict of interest, but none of them are independent opinions. All of them have something to lose if it is determined that a conflict of interest occurred, and therefore, by virtue of that, they are not independent. So conversely, you know, the contractor in question and a long list of other contractors and subcontractors stand to lose a lot as well. That's not lost on me, but the testimony of the other firms here in public comment is emotionally compelling, but this matter really isn't about the integrity of the firm. It's no doubt that PGH Wong has an incredible amount of integrity, and we heard that here today. But this is a matter of law, contracting laws. We must not lose sight of that. With so many parties involved that have so much to lose, I believe we must look to an independent legal analysis to solve the question. We can't look first to the outcome of enforcing the law when we're deciding whether we should determine whether to enforce the law. That's just not how it should work. So accordingly, and I heard the discussion regarding, well, how do we, move forward with an independent analysis? Here's my recommendation, and I've talked to some people who know a lot about these things to reach this recommendation. I recommend to my colleagues that the DA's office, the District Attorney of Alameda County, be asked to independently investigate the matter. And then they will make a decision as to whether to turn it over to the FPPC if they deem that there is actually a conflict of interest. My research indicates that only the DA can move this matter to the FPPC, and except for with a complaint filed to FPPC. And unfortunately, I'm told that those take years to resolve by the FPPC. So if the DA's office does not have the resources to investigate, the DA's office should be asked to move the matter to the FPPC to investigate it itself. I request that the BART Board of Directors make this request of the District Attorney's Office by requesting that through our own BART legal counsel to make that request. It should not be the decision of the Office of the General Manager or legal counsel from BART or even this board to decide whether a conflict of interest occurred. A representative of the people, remember, I love Alita's line, the people's system, a representative of the people should be the one to investigate this, and that would be the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. I would certainly go along with whatever that decision is. And I think this would also help stop any people talking about filing lawsuits from independent parties and probably save us all a lot of legal bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Ames?
Thank you. Well, I just think if we don't, we need to ask these difficult questions because there could be much more damage to the district down the road if we ask more detailed questions later. So now is the time to ask these questions. So I'm just trying to understand from the Inspector General, from the presentation, it was very detailed and lengthy. So we may incur federal penalties. This is like down the road if we find out later, say this goes to the district attorney or we have an outside counsel and they determine there's a conflict. This is the worst case scenario, by the way, but okay. So with the worst case scenario, so the company would have to repay federal funds on the Hayward Maintenance Complex. I believe you had said that. And then there are future federal funds at risk on 22 work plans. Did I get that right? I mean,
so the way the federal government has explained it is that they could disgorge the contractor of any federal funding that they had been paid that was the result of conflicts of interest.
So do they have to, what in layman's terms? I mean, if we have federal funds going towards a project and there's a determination, there's a conflict, does the contractor have to pay this back, the federal funding, or is this Bart?
It would be on the contractor.
It would be on the contractor. And then I thought you had mentioned we had 22 work plans that were subject to future federal funds?
The 22 work plans are what the manager wrote under the on-call contracts. So you have the overarching on-call contracts, which have no guarantee of work. And then they award work through those work plans against those contracts. So the $40 million doesn't get, it's not like here you're going to have $40 million worth of work necessarily. It's like we will issue a work plan for a portion of that money, then another work plan for a portion more, and it goes on like that until they exhaust the $40 million capacity on the contract.
Right. Well, I just thought there were 22 contracts that you had said were related to the federal funds.
22 contracts. I don't know the actual number of those that had federal funding.
Okay. So I guess the problem I have is like what Director Allen was saying, that there could be a violation of the law, which seems plausible. Although we need an outside attorney's opinion, or somebody can complain to the FPPC. And I did hear that might take years because they're backlogged with cases. Someone had mentioned that to me earlier, but because the Code 1090 is a short statute, PGH Wong's attorney said, that allows for, the short statute allows for, I guess he was saying examination, allows for a robust examination. And this is what I think we need. We need an outside attorney not related to Bart, who's done contracts with Bart. This is why I like the IG's, Inspector General's idea of having their own legal counsel or a third-party legal counsel that's not done work with Bart, to weigh in on this and to see if this is a conflict, because I think down the road, if we don't do this, the consequences could be worse than what we're seeing now. This is my fear, and I look forward to hearing from the board members and the audit committee because, it is a legal issue, and I do appreciate all of the work that's been done to date. And PGH Wong, of course, is a reputable firm. Unfortunately, It's unfortunate that this was discovered. We will get through this, but I don't want this to get worse financially, especially financially for Bart. So those are my hard questions, and I hope that we have a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Foley?
Thank you, Chair Duffy. I'd like to add my voice to the choir. I want to thank Inspector General Richardson, General Manager Powers, General Counsel Burrows. I do truly believe that everyone responded promptly and has really done their due diligence around this investigation. And I do support all of the Inspector General recommendations. But I had two questions. The first is for the General Manager. How soon will all of the recommendations be implemented?
Director Foley, this is DGM Jones. I believe the latest one, I'm on memory here, but I believe the latest one is May, but several of them have already been implemented, 3 or 4, or maybe even 5, but I'm speaking off memory. I can grab the report if you like.
Well, I would simply like an update along the way if we're not reaching it by May, but I certainly think that we don't want to leave this loophole, if you will, in place for future contracts. So anything that we can do to promptly respond is appreciated.
Director Foley.
Certainly, Director Foley. The likelihood is that Inspector General Richardson would, on a quarterly basis at the Audit Committee, update the committee on the status of this and every other investigation. And if the board needs to see that, we're happy to collaborate with her to bring it forward.
Yes, and Director Foley, I'm looking at the report right now. The latest one is June 22. But several of them say April and have already been implemented, as he said.
Okay, so that's maybe 6 weeks away, which is good news. So, all right, thank you for that. And I think that the board may want an update either in the form of a memo or just a brief update at one of our future meetings with this. And my second question is to General Counsel Burrows. So recommendation 2, just so that folks know, and again, I want to reiterate what Director Allen said, this isn't the Bart board's decision to make. We're not deciding if there was a conflict. That's a legal decision to be made. So for the General Counsel, did outside counsel Pillsbury provide an opinion if a conflict of interest violation of Government Code 1090 existed?
The opinion they provided us is that there are authorities on both sides. So no, they did not make a determination that a conflict of interest existed under Section 1090.
Got it. And I imagine that anyone can go shopping for an opinion and get one on either side of the case. I would trust Pillsbury's opinion as an independent third party that may have expertise in FPPC matters. And so I think we've met the spirit, if not the letter of the IG's request. So I'm ready to move forward with the matter as we're doing it and think we've gotten the opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Foley. I just wanted to add one thing. I did not go to outside counsel asking for a particular answer. I went to outside counsel and gave them the facts and asked them for their opinion. So, just for what that's worth.
Understood. My point was you can ask lots of different attorneys for different answers and get different answers. So anyway, with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Duffy. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Foley. Director McPartland?
This is probably one of the most consequential issues that we've dealt with in some time. And I'm going to start off on a light note because just at the last Rotary meeting I went to, one of my colleagues ended up saying, whatever you do, keep things cool and don't get involved in any conflicts. My response was, I'm an elected official. How am I going to do that? Not a smile from anybody. Hell with you guys. Anyway, I have to end up telling you that I had a big reservation regarding exposure of in this entire process based upon the issue of potential contributions to the and I ended up having this thing written out here, a profit sharing. And thanks to Mr. O'Donnell, Neil ended up taking that one away. That was really the only exposure that I saw in this, because everyone acted in good faith and exercised due diligence to the best of their ability. They just got bad advice or inadequate advice. I'm going to roll this back for just a moment and give my congratulations to the general manager for jumping on this thing with both feet immediately and bringing everything to a screeching halt so that we could end up getting to where we are right now. For Harriet Richardson, the IG, for doing all of her work. And also, I have to end up giving a special personal thanks for Bevan and the way he has been handling this with the audit committee and orchestrating us to where we are at this moment. Thank you very much. I was concerned about the exposure and based on the information that I ended up getting from Neil O'Donnell, and I have to end up changing my position. I was going to end up trying to be neutral, and now I'm in favor of going ahead and supporting that the recommendation, or the legal recommendation that we have, that there is no conflict. In a conversation that I had with Cliff yesterday, I had to tell him that what we're looking at here is consequence management. We're probably in better shape in the long run if we end up asking the FPPC for an opinion. And I've dealt with government agencies where in the past where they have told me in emergency management, where I'm in the citation business, I'm not in the advice business. And I don't have a lot of patience with that crap. And my usual response is, and consistently has been, well, I've invited you to contribute to the solution. And by virtue of the fact that you're not going to do that, I've already got your fingerprints on the knife. Thank you very much. Have a good day. And I feel the same way with the FPTC in this regard. I am confident that if and when, and there's probably a better chance of when, we get challenged and a complaint is made to the FPPC, that PGH Wong will be able to, and Bart will be able to sustain ourselves in our decision in the investigation. Having said that, rather than take a neutral position, because I'm in favor at a personal level with PGH Wong, I'm going to have to end up taking a pragmatic position of saying that because of the consequence management of us stopping right now and finding ourselves in a position where there will be irreversible damage done to the company and Bart and the progress that we continue to make working with this firm, that I end up, my opinion is that we should set this thing aside and continue to march. Now, having said that, don't forget consequence management. Sit down, strap in, and hang on, and expect to have a bumpy ride. I think it'll be clear sailing if we have to do that. But that's my position, and God bless everybody that's contributed to this. And for PGH Wong, I hope that this thing is in your rearview mirror in a very short period of time, and we will be able to continue to do business effectively. Thanks.
Thank you so much, John. Audit Committee Member Perry?
Bevan, this is Latifah. Am I able to comment on this item before the Audit Committee members?
Well, I was going to treat them as
okay, got it. That's fine. That's fine.
I was just doing it alphabetically.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for being gracious on this. Member Perry.
Thank you, Director Duffy. I've certainly listened to everything, and there's no question this is a very difficult decision for both management and the board, with certainly many factors, to consider. in particular, the long relationship with the contractor. And certainly not at least of which is the legal considerations here. And I would support perhaps further legal or searching out further legal advice on this. It's not clear to me that maybe we're going to really get a clear answer from those efforts, however. With that said, it's my feeling in matters like this, where there is certainly a responsibility to the public, that appearance does matter beyond the legal considerations, and needs to be given weight in any decision that's made here. And in particular, in this instance, where there is a lack of clarity, or could be a lack of clarity, depending upon what other legal advice we might obtain, where there is a lack of clarity, I think appearance needs to be given weight in this decision. And that really is all I wanted to say with regards to the matter. So thank you again for including us in this meeting. I certainly appreciate that.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Director Rayburn?
Thank you very much, Chair Duffy. I appreciate all the public comments we've received, as well as the informed opinions of our audit committee, and the tremendous amount of work that's gone on this issue. I'll make a very brief comment. The potential for conflict of interest by Bart's manager did not lead to misuse of public funds. That person did not participate in the scoring and evaluation of any of the 8 $40 million bids presented to the board in August of 2020. Bart's bid procedures guard against abuse, and there is absolutely no call to void the remaining $27 million contract and $5.4 million in unpaid invoices. The Inspector General could have focused on just the recommendations already adopted by the general manager. Such a prudent course would have neither cast aspersion on a Bart employee and a reputable contractor, financially harmed the contractor and its employees, nor caused delays for Bart's critical projects, including the Hayward Maintenance Complex and the CBTC, resulting in added costs borne by Bart and I underline, the public. That's, I think, where we stand. We should be looking at making changes in our employee code of conduct. There are issues there that I believe should be abided by all employees. It doesn't refer to just everyone except the Inspector General. That's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Simon.
Great, thank you. And I apologize that I'm not on camera today, but I'm here. Just a couple of questions. First of all, to our council, I have a long history with Pillsbury Winthrop, and they're one of the most conservative firms in the region. And so a nod to Pillsbury. And they're pretty thorough on all kind of civil matters. It's more of a question about our media policy as it relates to investigations internally and with contractors. Well, this particular issue, seeing that there are still so many questions and the matter is not completed. I'm wondering in the future, as the IG, and just directed towards you, Harriet, as you're moving through investigations, how might you inform our organizational body as when it is appropriate to talk to press, because if the matter is not completed, it could be, there could be some maligning of individuals and institutions who the general public may not know, or may not be able to sit in conversations like this one that we're having here. So as we move forward, whether it's, when might we, and I understand that you're a completely independent body, but it's just an ongoing question as investigations are in process. How might we inform the general public as to what's happening and what is considered the right time. So I was a bit concerned about that. And then the third thing, the idea that additional legal counsel would be appropriate, I don't think that that's a bad thing. But I do feel, I'm not sure if Nancy O'Malley or others from the district attorney's office would take on this matter, because it is not a criminal matter. The Attorney General's office or a city attorney may be able to, but again, with the jurisdictional issues, that might be a question. So I know that we have, there's more conversation to be had here, but I just wanted to lift that as well. That's it.
Yeah. Can I respond to that? So about talking to the press. So I was not contacted by the press until after we published our report. I know there was an article back in February, and I think someone at Bart spoke on behalf of the IG, but my office, no one in my office was contacted or spoke to the press when that article appeared. So that would be something to, I think, say in the future, any question that comes up regarding an investigation that's in progress should be referred to the Inspector General's office. And based on our legislation, I would say that we cannot comment while an investigation is in process. And I think that would be the best response for anyone while it is in progress. And then your question about that. Yeah. Okay, and whether your question about whether it can be referred to the Attorney General's office. So we actually originally had in that second recommendation to seek an opinion from the State Attorney General, but then very late in this process, I saw that the Attorney General's office just issued a guidance document on who can seek advice from them. We knew it was limited on who could seek advice, but we thought that it could possibly be sought through a state legislator or through the district attorney's office. But the guidance says that those people, the limited number of people, which does not include a local government agency unless it is a criminal matter, cannot seek advice unless the issue relates to something in their office. So we took that out as an option.
Okay, I'm fine. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Audit Committee Member Willis.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So first, I'd like to commend the Inspector General on presenting a very clear and detailed report. I'd also like to commend management for taking action to implement 5 of 6 recommendations to improve its procedures to avoid conflicts of interest. As a former government auditor, I can certainly appreciate and understand the seriousness of a conflict of interest violation. However, if a violation of Section 1090 isn't clear at this time, I'm not in agreement with moving to void the contract and withhold funds from the contractor, as this is clearly would clearly be damaging to the contractor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Willis. And now I will bring my concluding remarks. And first, I want to thank everyone for their patience and mutual respect that allowed us to have an in-depth conversation and to really allow us as directors to consider what path we take. I want to say, as someone who supported the establishment of an Inspector General's office, as difficult today as this is, and as difficult as it's been for PGH Wong and many individuals, I think that the good that has come out of this is an incredible collaboration between executive staff and the Inspector General. And I deeply appreciate, and the Inspector General could have taken a different path and could have done an investigation and simply, put it out there and let the chips fall where they may. And I think it would have been damaging to the agency, because I think that there were processes that needed to change, and that there was a rigor and focus that needed to happen to ensure that we did everything possible to make it crystal clear how important it is to disclose these conflicts, and to ensure that we are communicating something that is coherent, and I think that work needed to be done. And so I want to thank the Inspector General, not only for the integrity of her work, but really for her consideration of collaborating with our general counsel, with our general manager. And I think that has made today a very different day. And I think that it's made it a day in which overwhelmingly we are standing together on these issues, and that there's an intention and dedication to ensuring that there is just education, and that the firms that work with us and the employees that we have understand the importance of adhering to these rules and responsibility, and again, that they're coherent. And I want to thank executive staff for collaborating as well with the general manager, and pursuing, as many have spoken here today, aggressively to change things and to take responsibility, because there was Bart responsibility here. I think that there was poor advice that was offered on occasion, and I think that contributed to it, and I think that there's a recognition that cannot happen again. I want to associate my remarks with Director McPartland, and I think it's really unusual when you come into a public setting with elected officials that we often come and sit, and we know where we stand in the room, and that we intend to stay in that corner. And so I want to say to John that I appreciate that getting to today's hearing was important, because it gave him an opportunity, and it gave me an opportunity, and hopefully for many of us. As someone who does look at the movement of the board, I would say that I take away from this that 7 of the 9 directors, I believe, have communicated that they do not think that there was a 1090 violation. And I'm open to a director interrupting me if they think that I've counted wrong. But I'm going to invoke my former boss, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman to ever serve in Congress. And she had a phrase that she used, and she said, "You know what? People have to do what people have to do." And what that really communicates is, yes, we had a caller on public comment who indicated that they might litigate. And I think that is that person's right, and they need to do what they need to do. But I think that for us, I think that moving forward, I believe that based upon the advice that we've gotten from outside counsel and the deliberations that have taken place, I do believe that we are on good ground, and what will happen. But I don't think that there was a 1090 violation, and I think that we can stand by that. And Bart has had to participate in legal proceedings on many matters over the years, and this may simply be one of them. But I think that on an ongoing basis, we'll be continuing to engage around these issues. And again, I just want to congratulate across the board in terms of staff, from the Inspector General to our board appointed officers to the general manager and all the individuals involved. And I do think that this is going to be a better day going forward. And I want to thank everybody for this. As it was indicated, this is an informational item. I'm certain that there will be additional discussion at the audit committee and progress reports that will be considered. And at that, I think that we have concluded this item for today.
Thank you. And I think that closes out the special audit committee meeting. So to members Perry and Willis, thank you for joining us here today. Really appreciate you taking the time. And we do not have any administration items, so we will move next to engineering and operations, and I will turn it back over to Chair Duffy.
Well, I am pleased to call on this roll call for introduction and to congratulate our board president on this RCI and the progress that has been made that many of us have want. And so we're going to have an informational presentation on the roll call for introduction on reopening of restrooms by Bart.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Interim AGM Operations Shane Edwards, Board, thank you. I'm introducing to you Martina Frignani, who will be presenting on this item.
Good morning, President Saltzman, Vice President Lee, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Martina Frignani, Project Manager. I'm here this morning to report on the progress on reopening of our public restrooms at the underground stations. Next slide, please. I will briefly provide you an update on the progress of the public restroom reopening effort to date and the steps forward. Next slide, please. Powell and 19th Street Station restrooms have been reopened to the public in February. Since the reopening, the district has received 0 requests for Bart police at the restrooms and minimal requests for maintenance, which is a sign of effectiveness of the restroom attendant program at Powell and 19th Street stations. For Lake Merritt and Montgomery Station restrooms, we have been working on detailed design and the early actions in the implementation of the enhancements. This includes brightening efforts and replacement of deteriorated or antiquated fixtures and elements for increased sense of cleanliness, user-friendliness, and ease of maintenance. More information in the next slide. Next slide, please. As part of the Powell Street Station modernization, the restrooms at this location received major upgrades, such as new layout with stalls inside each gender-neutral restroom unit, energy-efficient LED lighting, touchless lavatory systems, and roll-down grills to secure the restroom area when not in operation. The restrooms have been used by patrons under the supervision of a restroom attendant, which has kept misuse of the restroom to minimal levels. Next slide, please. At the 19th Street Station, also as part of the station modernization program, the restrooms received major upgrades such as energy-efficient LED lighting, touchless lavatory systems, and new frosted glass doors with gaps at the top and bottom. As in Powell Street Station, the restrooms have been supervised by a restroom attendant, keeping the operation of the restrooms manageable to date. Next slide, please. Now that the first 2 underground station restrooms have been open to the public for about 2 months after 20 years of closure, we took a look at what the public thinks about the reopened restrooms at Powell Street and 19th Street stations. So far, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Customers thanked our surveyors for the restrooms and told us that using the restroom is a welcoming and safe experience, and that they were incredibly impressed by the cleanliness. Attendants related that everyone is grateful to have the restrooms available for use. Next slide, please. We also sought feedback from Bart employees on their experience with the reopened restrooms and investigated internal data associated with restroom use and maintenance. From March 1st to 27th, the restrooms at Powell Street were used on average 278 times a day and 79 times a day at 19th Street. This represents one restroom used for every 58 trips at Powell and for every 71 trips at 19th Street Station. The ongoing construction at 19th Street is partially blocking the line of sight to the restrooms, and this may be influencing the lower usage rate at this station. There were 52 requests for system service, which entails janitorial actions at Powell Street and only 5 at 19th Street. This equates to 1 system service request per day on average. Requests for maintenance, which follow requests for system service when janitorial staff cannot solve the problem, total only 3, 2 at Powell and 1 at 19th Street, and related to clogs and a broken flush sensor. This represents less than 1 request for maintenance per station per month, a low average compared to weekly requests for several above-ground stations. Comments provided by restroom attendants are that public is grateful for the availability of restrooms and that system service provided fast response to requests. Station agents and system service workers interviewed approved the presence of attendants. Issues encountered include periodic clogs, loitering at the outside wash station at Powell Street, and the low water flow at the sink, which is designed to reduce vandalism but creates inconvenience for users. Next slide, please. Now that we have seen the results of the restroom reopening effort at the first 2 stations, Powell and 19th Street, let's take a look at the plan and ongoing efforts at the 2 next stations, Lake Merritt and Montgomery. Next slide, please. At Lake Merritt Station, the restroom will retain its layout as originally constructed and will be brightened to enhance the user experience and maintainability. The main enhancements are painting walls and ceiling, refreshing wall tiles, installing hand dryer to eliminate use of paper towels, replacing light fixture with energy efficient LED, and providing signage for gender neutral restroom. Like at 19th Street and at Powell Street stations, restroom use at Lake Merritt will be supervised by an attendant. We have initiated fieldwork for enhancements by inspecting and tuning up the exhaust system, inspecting electrical systems for installation of new hand dryer, and demolition of deteriorated fixtures. Next slide, please. At Montgomery Station, the restroom will also retain its original layout and similarly to Lake Merritt, will be brightened to enhance user experience and maintainability. The main enhancements at Montgomery are painting ceilings, refreshing wall tiles, repairing floor tiles, installing hand dryer to eliminate use of paper towels, installing emergency lighting, repairing light fixtures, and converting them to energy-efficient LED, relocating equipment, capping electrical receptacles to avoid unintended use, and providing signage for gender-neutral restroom. Restroom attendants will also be present at Montgomery Station. We have initiated fieldwork at Montgomery Station by inspecting and tuning up the exhaust system, inspecting electrical systems for installation of new hand dryer, and relocating equipment. Next slide, please. The next steps in the underground restroom reopening effort are to complete the discussed enhancements at Lake Merritt and Montgomery and to reopen restrooms at these stations by the end of fiscal year 2022. Another upcoming step is to develop the design for the enhancements at Embarcadero and downtown Berkeley stations. With this, we are on schedule with the timeline laid out in October 2021. We have already reopened restrooms at 2 stations in fiscal year 2022, and we are en route to reopening restrooms at other 2 stations. This means that after 20 years of restroom closure at underground stations, we will, by the end of fiscal year 2022, be back to providing patrons with restrooms at 4 underground stations. Thank you.
Thank
Back
you so
to you,
much.
Chair Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Shane. Are there any public comment requests, speaker requests?
Yes, there are.
Okay, thank you so much, April.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Bevan Duffy. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I've definitely got lots of standing and experience on this matter, though I have not yet used your Bart underground station bathrooms. But thank you for enlightening me. I think we're getting it right. It's kind of like my bathroom. I have LED lamps and low flow fixtures, and it's the water comes off of a electric heater that's powered by solar, so we can use some renewable energy in these bathrooms. And I mean, I'd like to see what the numbers are going to look like when we hopefully get back to our 400,000 passengers a day. But this is basic because you know, when you got to go, you got to go. And San Francisco is an old city, and Oakland too, where you have a lot of places that just don't have easily accessible bathrooms. And so, yeah, having it monitored is helping to ensure that the bathrooms are used for their intended purpose. And we're going to need to continue to refine our understanding of the time patterns of bathroom use. 'Cause sometimes you just have one of those days when things take longer than you expect. So how can we continue to ensure that our staff are cognizant of the difference when somebody is literally having a bad day in the bathroom and somebody who is using the bathroom for something that it's not intended for? And that can be tricky. I remember I was in Los Angeles at a supermarket. There was one bathroom. I was having a not very good morning, and I heard somebody knocking on the door. I had to say, I'll be out in a few, give me 5 minutes. I mean, it worked out okay, but we want to be cognizant of that. But I appreciate the welcoming aspects of this bathroom. It's a gender neutral bathroom. I'm a person who does not meet definitions. And so people shouldn't have to worry when they enter the bathroom. So thank you for ensuring that welcoming aspect. So I appreciate it. Perhaps the timing will be right on my next trip to the Bay Area in about a week, when maybe I will time myself to use the bathroom. But always remember this, because this is essential. Bathrooms are an essential function of the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam District Secretary.
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Fabulous. President Saltzman.
Thank you. Just want to thank staff for all of your work on reopening the restrooms. It's great to see that the 2 that have been reopened are well used. And I think it shows that there's a demand. So I think anything we can do to not only keep on schedule, but accelerate the schedule would be really important. So I do want you to start thinking about that option. I know it's challenging because some of the same folks you have working on this project are working on other projects that also need to move forward quickly. So I do understand the challenges, but the more we can do to open these more quickly, I think our riders are really going to appreciate it. For 19th Street, you know, given the construction, but also given even without the construction, it's a big station, it's long. And if you don't know the restroom is open, you're not going to walk over there. You're just not going to wander over there if that doesn't happen to be the place you exit. So I think we need to work on both temporary signage during construction, but also permanent signs beyond construction, letting people know where the restrooms are. And that might be an issue of Pell too, also a really big station. When I use that every day to get to work, I only went out of one exit ever. So it's easy to miss things. So I think we should really think about how we can better direct people who haven't, gotten the word yet that there are restrooms open, especially since they were closed for so long. And thinking about the data that's coming out about the calls for service and maintenance, I think it would be useful to have a comparison for stations that don't have an attendant. And since I was just at El Cerrito del Norte yesterday with Shane and some of his team out there talking about some of the pigeon issues there, I thought about the restroom there, and it's used quite a bit because it's a big bus transfer station. And it has newly redone restrooms. So they were done just, a few months before the Powell and 19th Street one. So it might be a good comparison. So I assume you have that data on El Cerrito del Norte. I assume you have it on all the stations, but it might be useful, and maybe you have a better comparison. But as we look about, this attendant program and assess in the future whether we want to make it permanent and how to move forward with it, and if we want to expand it, I think it would be useful to have a control station or two to look at. So is that easy to do? Do you have that data? And if so, can you do it in future presentations?
President Saltzman and DGM Jones, we do have that the similar data on repairs at El Cerrito del Norte, and we can provide it. I just want to remind you that in the future, and I'm sure you're aware of it, but for the board and the public, in the future, the goal is to transition to system service workers to perform a dual role. So we're looking at that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I think having the data, my guess is what it will show is that there are far more calls for service, because I know I remember when the Del Norte restrooms first reopened, hearing about a lot. So I'm assuming we'll find that there's far more. And if there is, I think it really shows that it's paying off, both in just rider experience, but also in the staff time that's used in addressing these situations. So would love to see that in the future. Thank you.
So President Bob Powers, hey, we'll look at the data, and then back to the front end of your comment there. So Alicia and I and Sylvia will look at the wayfinding too and make sure that there's clear signage to the restrooms. Great. Thank you.
Great. Director Rayburn?
Thank you, Chair Duffy. And I want to associate myself with the comments made by President Saltzman. The wayfinding signage is much needed. And I think it would bolster the use and appreciation that Bart receives for reopening restrooms. One suggestion that came to mind when I started scrutinizing this presentation, I found that those big stainless steel doors that are lockable would be retained in the current plans for both Montgomery and Lake Merritt. And I think that the frosted glass doors with a gap at the bottom and the top have been winners in terms of helping to maintain the flow of passengers that use the restrooms, allow for somebody to just say, there are other people out here, instead of having to bang on the door that's locked, and while somebody goes about maybe vandalizing or who knows what. So I want to urge that we either remove the doors altogether or bring in the frosted glass doors for those two stations. I think that those are critical elements. And I brought that up with Deputy Chief Franklin, and he's been working with me on this project for over a decade. And one of the first requirements that the Bart Police shared with us was that they wanted to remove that locked door that would allow somebody to go in and conduct nefarious deeds, but we want to welcome people in our restrooms. And so anything we can do to either remove the doors, put up more of a privacy panel inside, or put up that frosted door is what I would like to see happen at Lake Merritt and Montgomery next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Director Ames?
Director Dufty, Shane Edwards, can I?
Yes.
Well, in response to Director Rayburn's concern, we have the same concern, and we will be modifying the current doors in lieu of a new design, more like 19th Street, so that we do not provide that 100% privacy behind a full-length door. And we've consulted with BPD on this, and they concur that they would prefer the same style of door as 19th Street to deter the actions that we do not want to have to deal with in our bathrooms.
Thank you, Shane and Martina, for your efforts here. Very good work.
Thank you. Director Ames?
Thank you. Yeah, this is great to open the restrooms. It really is a human rights, civil rights issue. I did witness, again, I had mentioned this before, at Lake Merritt Station, there was a woman begging, a customer begging to use the restrooms, and she had to go to the bathroom so bad that the station agent, broke the rules and allowed this person, this woman, to use the restroom. So, and this kind of goes back to, well, we have the civil rights issue. We want people to use the restrooms. And then I think about the downtown San Francisco, Oakland areas. A lot of businesses don't allow customers to use restrooms anymore because of maybe the nefarious issues that go along with having a downtown these days. So I wanted to ask staff if there's any grant opportunities to help fund the restroom attendants. I know that's maybe off topic a little, but some kind of grant opportunity to help support keeping these restrooms open. Are we searching for restroom or grant funding for this kind of issue? Because I think the restrooms are a problem maintenance wise too. And so, I do like the restroom attendant option as well. But again, we have a funding issue, it seems. So, and I think we can have a cost share even with the business improvement district. I mean, if businesses aren't opening up their establishments to have customers use the restrooms, it seems like we're the last and only stop. So if that makes sense, I'm hopeful that Bart can discuss funding options for these restrooms and possibly funding some of the attendant programs that we have.
So thank you, Director Ames. This is Pamela Herhold, AGM of Performance and Budget. And we do have some experience in this area, primarily pursuing grant funds for the successful elevator attendant program that we have. There are limited opportunities out there. We are grateful to San Francisco's CTA for providing some support for the elevator attendant program. Obviously, we will continue to pursue all and every and all opportunities, but right now I don't have anything in sight for restroom attendants.
Okay, thanks, Pam. I hope that we can start requesting or start maybe lobbying for this somehow. It seems like a very small amount, but it's a grant program that would be, seems acceptable through the right channels. So thank you.
Director Dufty, shall I proceed?
I apologize. Yes, Director Foley, thank you.
No worries. I simply wanted to thank President Salzman for her bringing this RCI forward. We are a public agency that uses public funds. We should have public restrooms. So I definitely think we're moving in the right direction. But as we invest literally millions of dollars in these improvements within our system, I do fully support a restroom attendant program, and I look forward to staff moving this in-house. I think that this is something that makes sense long-term. And so I look forward to working with AGM Edwards and his staff and trying to find a solution to making sure this works with our staff. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairperson Dufty.
Thank you so much. And I associate myself with your remarks about bringing the staffing in-house. I think that's great. So Madam President, I believe we have concluded this item.
Thank you. So now we'll move to item 9, Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation, and I will turn it over to Chair Foley. I'm hopeful that we can get through this whole committee before 1, so we can get it done before we break for closed session. So let's see what we can do.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, if I ask my colleagues to try to ensure your comments are succinct and brief, that would be helpful in getting us to that 1 o'clock deadline. So we have 4 items before us today for board action. The first of which, 9A, is state legislation for consideration. And I'll turn it over to Bart staff.
Thank you, Chair Foley. Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction, and I will turn it over to Rod Lee, AGM External Affairs.
Thanks, Carl. Good afternoon, Chair Foley and board members. I just want to start off by just reminding the board that the last board meeting, we brought forward legislation for your consideration at your March 24th board meeting. And at that meeting, we had a number of bills that we highlighted as legislation of interest. After that meeting, a couple of board members did indicate some bills they wanted to have move forward for consideration. So we have those before you today for consideration, as well as at your last board meeting, we indicated the week before that board meeting, legislation had been introduced. We were beginning to analyze it. We have analyzed it, and we're bringing it forward also for your consideration today. So Amanda Cruz, our program manager responsible for government relations and legislative affairs, will now go through the bills for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Rod, and good morning, directors. So today, staff will be presenting 3 state bills for the board's consideration. If we can move to the first slide, please. Here we have 2 bills that we have provided a support recommendation for. They include SB 942, which would provide public transit agencies with flexibility to utilize low-carbon transit operations program funding for free or reduced fare transit programs on an ongoing basis with no prescribed time limit. The bill would further exempt transit agencies from duplicative reporting requirements if the free or reduced fare pilot met specified program requirements in the initial application stage. LC-TOP was created to provide operating and capital assistance to transit agencies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve mobility with a priority on serving disadvantaged communities. Bart currently programs LC-TOP funding for Bart to Antioch operations. SB 942 could benefit over 30 agencies that currently utilize LC-TOP allocations for free or reduced fare programs. The additional flexibilities and reduced reporting requirements proposed by the bill could benefit Bart if the district sought to utilize LC-TOP funds for that purpose in the future. AB 1944 would allow members of a local legislative body, upon a majority vote, to participate in meetings via teleconference without having to publicly notice their location or have that location accessible to the public. The bill would also require that any time teleconferencing is used, a legislative body must provide a live video stream and an option for the public to address the body remotely, either through a video or call-in option. As the board moves to a hybrid meeting format, this bill would allow directors to continue remote participation outside of the current state of emergency and without having to disclose their location or make it publicly accessible. Bart currently provides a video stream which is accessible to the public and plans to continue to allow public participation in meetings through a video or call-in option, therefore meeting this bill's requirements. The next slide, please. So SB 1488 regarding the Office of the Bart Inspector General has a staff recommendation of oppose unless amended. This bill would amend and add new sections to the OIG's current statute within the District Act. A section-by-section summary of the bill is provided in your packet, but in general, the bill would change the provisions for removal of the IG, add provisions that the OIG shall have the independence necessary to conduct its work in conformance with professional standards, expand the office's duties and responsibilities, grant the OIG explicit access to district records, property, employees, officers, and contractors, as well as grant the OIG subpoena authority. Next slide, please. The bill would further create new duties and responsibilities for the general manager regarding response to the OIG's recommendations. It would grant the office explicit authority to appoint and hire employees and consultants, as well as allow the OIG to establish a separate record system. And next slide. This last slide summarizes the issues within the bill that Bart may wish to have addressed or amended. This includes the process of removing the IG during their current term, addressing potential conflicts between the OIG and the work of existing investigatory and oversight bodies here at the district, the OIG's access to confidential records, including those entitled to statutory confidentiality or identifies as privileged communication, the OIG's access to employees in the course of conducting investigative interviews and any compliance with collective bargaining agreements, clarifying the manner in which subpoenas would be issued and enforced, addressing how the IG may direct and evaluate the work of the general manager, ensuring the OIG adheres to the district's hiring and procurement policies, procedures, and practices, and making it explicit that the OIG shall coordinate with the district on establishing a separate system for maintaining emails and records. So this concludes staff presentation, and draft motions are included in your packet, and we are available to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Caller, this number ends in 4078. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Anne Marie Hogan again. On behalf of the Association of Local Government Auditors, ALGA, and ALGA supports SB 1488. You've seen our letter to the Transportation Commission. Most of the proposed new language is consistent with ALGA's longtime model legislation. Bart's staff positions threaten the independence of the IG's office so severely that they would prevent the office from conducting audits under recognized professional standards. The district impact report does not reflect a good understanding of requirements for effective accountability offices. First, access to employees. It is unheard of for a local government auditor to be required to allow union representatives at all interviews with staff, except as required by Weingarten. Labor management agreements that dictate how the Inspector General works destroys independence because management is the ultimate subject of audits and investigations. Additional duties of the general manager is a non-issue. You are already providing timely response and action plans to your outside financial statement auditors, the Crow firm, because government auditing standards require that they ask you to do that. And government auditing standards require the Inspector Generals and the auditors to do that. ALGA does recommend a date certain, whatever that may be. Staff and consultants to remove the IG's authority to appoint staff is a threat to independence. And to help protect privacy, state law gives the state auditor and now all county auditor controllers the right to hire independent counsel. Sorry, that's the part of the staff and consultants things that you had said. Removal of the IG, the reason ALGA recommends making it more difficult for a local government to fire an auditor than to fire managers, attorneys, and city clerks is because sometimes auditors are fired without cause when they deliver bad news. And that's happened in our country 2 or 3 times this year that I can recall seeing. Access to confidential records, and Inspector General can't do the work without full access. ALGA helped ensure improved privacy by successfully proposing legislation which exempts most California local government audit work papers from public disclosure even after the report is issued, as was already the case for the state auditor. Unless something is specifically used to support an audit finding, it is exempt forever. I worked with Senator Hancock in 2004 to get this bill passed. It's Government Code Section 26908.5. The separate system for maintaining records is needed basically to protect the confidentiality of information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Madam Secretary.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Mark Foley, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about legislation. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak on it, but I will. Some of it I have standing, some of it I probably don't, but I'm going to speak anyway. So this first piece about with the LC tops kind of sounds like an aircraft engine protocol, you know, ETOPS, stuff like that. I'm definitely in support of a program that is going to fund free and reduced transit fare going forward without a time limit, because you can have short-term reductions, but then it's hard when you get back to what it was before. So I would support this type of work. And then in this second bill here, I am trying to bring up my webpage here. Open and public meetings. I think this is reasonable. You know, we don't want to be putting people's addresses out there. Doxing is a problem. And also, if you notice people's addresses and their home for whatever reason is not ADA accessible, then that can open up a whole bunch of things. So obviously, I don't have to disclose where I'm at. I think that this bill is reasonable as we go into a hybrid environment. It's just time to update it. And with this third bill about the OIG, I am very concerned. You know, I think that there has to be a reasonable way to impeach a person. And if you make it harder to impeach and remove, well, that's problematic, you know. And a 2/3 vote of your board is pretty high. I'm also seeing in here some what I would call Fourth Amendment concerns. I enlighten you. Fourth Amendment, I believe, is to the United States Constitution, governs unreasonable search and seizure. Nobody at Bart should have what I would perceive to be virtually unlimited power. That's my reading of it. There has to be a check on everybody's power. Otherwise, we end up with a very authoritarian atmosphere. Just remember this, Bart isn't just about a few, but it's the people system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional new public comment?
I don't believe so. I see Anne Marie's hand raised, but I believe she spoke earlier.
All right, thank you. So before I go to board comments, what I'd like to do is separate this into two motions and focus our comments just on those groupings. So is there a motion to support Assembly Bill 1944 and Senate Bill 942? Director Rayburn?
Thank you, Chair Foley. I would like to move both bills forward. Senate Bill 1944 not only addresses board meetings, but our volunteer advisory committees as well have expressed concerns about having to display their addresses sometime in the future. And I want to thank staff for your work in drilling down with all of our different departments about how the LC top monies, low carbon transportation operations program, is applied today, and what they would think about applying it on an ongoing basis to reduced fares. And so for those reasons, it's passed muster with our various departments, and it has my solid support. I move approval for both of those.
I would second. Okay, I'll take my second back. Vice President Lee, sorry about that.
And I'd like to call the question on that and have a vote if there are no burning questions.
That's where I was going. Thank you. Any additional hands? Seeing none, then let's move to the vote on those two bills.
Director Duffy. Director Foley.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartlin.
Aye.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
And just one more time, Director Duffy. Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I'd like to entertain a motion to oppose Senate Bill 1488 unless amended. Is there a motion in support of the opposition?
I'll move the item as recommended by staff.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Properly moved and seconded. So now we'll go to board comments. Director Lee.
Yeah, I first want to start with some questions, and I know that we're running on a timeline here, so I'll start with the questions. I know that staff has provided a lot of information regarding their analysis and the concerns that they've raised, which I take very seriously. I actually want to dig into a couple of those concerns specifically, and I didn't know if Chief Alvarez or someone from BPD were available, and I think our independent police auditor, Russell Bloom, is also available. Can you talk a little bit more about some of the concerns and the conflicts with existing investigatory oversight officers and bodies, and how this may interact with BPD operations?
Thank you, Director Lee, and thanks, Chair Foley, and good afternoon, everybody. I am Russell Bloom. I'm the independent police auditor at Bart, and I want to start by saying that I can certainly appreciate deeply the importance of establishing really clear parameters related to access, related to independence for an oversight entity such as the Inspector General. And I do appreciate the challenges associated with conducting effective oversight and accountability functions. At the same time, it's important for me as the independent police auditor to adhere to the existing requirements related to the independence of my department and related to the maintenance of confidentiality as provided by both the California Penal Code and the Bart Citizen Oversight Model. Penal Code Section 832.7 provides that for certain exceptions, records related to personnel, the personnel records for peace officers maintained by our agency are confidential and shall not be disclosed. The exceptions provided under Senate Bill 1421 makes some records publicly available, and so they're not really related to this issue. Nevertheless, the proposed unfettered access to Office of the Independent Police Auditor premises and files may effectively undermine the intended independence provided by the Bart Citizen Oversight Model. And I'll sort of close by saying that the oversight model language itself requires that I comply with all confidentiality requirements of the Bart Police Department, the district, and all state and federal laws. That's reiterated in several places within the model, and including a requirement that I respect the privacy of all involved individuals. And then I also want to point to Chapter 1-08 of the model, which provides that I and any of the employees of my department shall at all times be totally independent. And the word totally is included in the language of the model. Finally, the model does provide that no district employee shall attempt to undermine the independence of the independent police auditor or of the Office of the Independent Police Auditor. So I will wrap here. Those are the concerns I have about the proposed language, and I'm glad to answer any other specific questions that you have.
Great. Before you go, Chief, two quick follow-up questions, Russell. One is, in your interpretation of this, does SB 1488 conflict directly with California Penal Code in a very specific instance? And two, Have you raised these concerns with the bill's author, or has the bill's author engaged with you at all about this bill?
Working backwards through your questions, I've had no conversations with anybody about the crafting of this language. And my concerns at this point are somewhat ethereal in that I'm anticipating that providing access or allowing access to people outside of my agency could potentially be perceived as a violation of the penal code section to which I'm required to adhere. And obviously I intend to avoid violating any law or rule or requirement of the model. It's one of my primary functions, is to adhere to those restrictions. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's extraordinarily helpful. Thank you so much. General Manager, if you have anything else to add, sort of on the staff side.
No, Director Lee, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm hearing a bit of feedback. Yeah, thank you. I'll just leave my questions there for now. I'll just say what Russell has brought up, I think, is extremely concerning. I think it's a really good example of, how the amendments still really need to be worked out. I'll end my comments there for now.
Are there any, thank you, Director Lee. Are there any additional board comments? Yes, Director McPartland.
Let's go down the line in relationship to the areas to be addressed in SEEK amendments. First one I'd like to jump on is the IG's authority to direct and evaluate the work of the general manager. I don't think that there's an intent to direct and evaluate the work of the general manager. That's the responsibility of this body, the board of directors. Having said that, does the IG end up having the authority to investigate things such as the lighting that we end up having on the M line? Absolutely. So I think that that's inappropriately addressed there. The big one that I have a headache with is a conflict with existing, no, not that one, in regard to collective bargaining on the and representation and required for representation with the by union representatives. And you have to understand that the Inspector General needs to be able to have independence and to turn around and tie the Inspector General to the bargaining agent in relationship to evaluations or correction to investigations is absurd at the outset. That would be like turn around and have someone conducting an illegal activity on Bart property or in a fight and between employees, and then the police shows up and says, "No, you can't arrest me. That's not within the agreement of the bargaining." Yeah, so forget that. The young lady that ended up addressing us as far as the legislation is concerned ended up sending us an email out to everyone with model legislation guidelines for local government auditors. And it kind of addresses and supports. I was wondering where Glacier ended up getting all the stuff that he put into this legislation proposal. And it seems to be reasonable. On the big tripwire that I end up seeing here is more than anything else is going to end up being a collective bargaining issue, as well as a separate system for maintaining emails and records, so that the Inspector General can end up having independence. And I'm sure some of the other directors have some other comments, and I may end up coming back after I hear from some other folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director McPartland. Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Foley. So I'm glad Director McPartland kind of started with some of these individual things on the slides. You know, I was going to ask staff to kind of go through these in more detail, but I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to give you my comments because I spent some time doing that already. So just to recap some history, there have been consistent challenges by different members of BART management to the roles and responsibilities and ultimately the independence in some cases of the IG's office during our many failed attempts over the last year and a half to get a charter written for the IG's office. So let's not lose sight of the fact that we attempted to negotiate a charter internally for the IG's office, and ultimately that did not, to this day, it does not exist. Russell, I appreciate you raising that issue of the potential conflicts with your office, and I think that conflict can be easily remedied with an amendment with the author of the bill. I do want to kind of direct some of my comments here to Bob. You know, Bob, you did the right thing in quickly making internal changes as a result of the finding that we heard in item 6A today regarding the conflict of interest. And your office was given great kudos and credit for that terrific response to that finding of the conflict of interest, which was found by the Office of the Inspector General. Everyone at BART and our contractors benefit from these changes that will come about as a result of her investigation. And you should be applauding the IG for making your team more accountable to the taxpayers and the laws of the state. And you should be actually calling for more of her great work on an independent basis. It's work that your internal audit department did not do. Okay, so now here we are an hour later, and Bob, your staff comes before us and makes the argument that the IG's office does not need to clarify and further strengthen her roles and responsibilities, as we attempted to do in the charter, and does not need to further clarify the independence of the office. I went through the objections, that list that Director McPartland started with. I went through that list yesterday with staff, and I went through it in depth. And I got to tell you, I did not hear anything that really carried any significant validity that couldn't be remedied by a quick amendment to the bill for some of the minor issues like the one that Russell brought forth. It's really an easy thing to fix in this bill. Most of staff's objections simply did not hold weight with me, and they do not hold weight with me. And I view them as really just more stalling of the Inspector General's work by the BART agency. So I want to ask Bob and for all of the staff members who weighed in, which weren't really defined for me, but apparently a whole bunch of staff members said, we don't agree with these things. And what is that? Okay. So, you know, what I want to ask is, you know, what are we afraid of here? That the IG may discover a conflict of interest in a $40 million contract, and you might be forced to change some things within the agency that will make things better for the future for everyone. I don't see why we would be afraid of that. The recommendation of staff here leads me to believe that the GM, you know, you, Bob, and your staff think BART doesn't need tighter controls. And the fact that you're recommending an oppose unless amended instead of a support if amended really tells me you just don't even want to work on this bill. You know, I've been talking about this whole internal control, conflicts of interest and so forth for over 5 years now. It started with Grace, and then Bob, when you became the general manager, we've had some conversations. You know, this is an agency spending $2.5 billion per year. And 1.5 billion of that is in contracting, where we heard in item 6B, we have some issues to address. Okay, this recommendation from staff is very telling to me. Independent inspectors general are effective in making change in organizations like this that desperately need change. And I believe that is the case. BART desperately needs change in the area of audits and investigations and internal controls and some other performance improvement areas. So it appears the pushback here from the GM's staff on a simple bill to enhance the authority of the IG and add some additional protections for the taxpayers to the way the office operates. It seems staff is sending a message of nothing to see here. It appears that you think you and this agency are above reproach, and you're wrong about that, Bob. There is a lot to see here. I know the stories that have made the news. I know the stories that haven't made the news because I've listened to them from people behind the scenes. If Bart's GM and staff were genuinely interested in strong oversight of the agency, you would not be here today recommending oppose unless amended. Instead, you would be saying approve if amended. There's really not much difference between the two except for the negative connotation. That you have your staff come to this board and recommend we oppose adding stronger oversight and investigative authority to the only truly independent investigator of the non-police side of the agency. That is truly disturbing to me, and it should be equally disturbing to each member of the California Senate Transportation Committee. I've kind of posed some questions. Bob, you can answer these questions if you like, but I also want to ask of my colleagues here to answer that same question. If you are prepared to oppose today Senate Bill 1488 by Senator Steve Glazer, why? Why not negotiate the bill to a place where we can actually add some strength to our IG's office? Why wouldn't you want as much oversight as possible from an independent authority to advise this board on the things that need change? Isn't oversight of the activities of this agency the fiduciary obligation of this board? I will oppose your recommendation to oppose. So by virtue of that, I strongly support Senator Glazer's Senate Bill 1488. And I do that after 5 years of watching how this agency operates and listening to the stories of staff members tell me what goes on the inside. I've got some stories here and I'm going to skip over those stories, but they're similar to, and even worse than what we heard in item 6A. I support SB 1488 as needed strengthening of the authority of the Office of the Inspector General because I know the stories and because Bart has now been handed an additional $1.6 billion of money from federal taxpayers across America with no further oversight or investigative authority attached to it. I think the taxpayers that now fund 90% of what the system spends and riders who fill in the rest both deserve to have confidence in the agency and how it spends $2.5 billion per year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Ames, followed by President Saltzman.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank Senator Glazer for putting this forward. But I guess I was surprised to see the resistance and the amount of amendments. I thought we would be more far along with the Inspector General, and as we continuously improve, we continuously try to be more transparent. So I guess the question would be back to, Russell and Harriet. So Russell, I just wanted to note, I took some notes here. So you want to adhere to confidentiality. You have personal records that are confidential. You said SB, I think it was 1421, there's some records that are available. And then you had mentioned that this proposal by Senator Glazer, it would undermine the Bart Citizen Advisory Oversight Model. Sorry, the oversight model. So I hope I got that right. So with that, if that's correct, I'd just like to get Inspector General's comments on this, because how would this work to work together. We have an independent auditor for the police, you know, the oversight area there for the police department, and then you've got your role. So how do those two interact?
Let me ask first before I respond, Director Foley. I have actually some comments to address all of their comments, and I don't know if you want me to go through all of those or address this question specifically right now, because that is part of what I address in these comments.
If you could directly respond to Director Ames' question, and then after Director Saltzman, if you could provide your comments, that would be appreciated.
Okay, so that particular issue, I believe, is tied to the addition of the word abuse to the legislation. So we acknowledge that the term abuse is undefined in the legislation, but adding the word abuse is consistent with the common terminology in our profession, which is fraud, waste, and abuse, and is something our standards specifically require us to consider in our audits and investigations. And as Russell Bloom indicated, he has requirements under the law. We also have requirements under the law, and that there is a specific requirement already in the government code for us to follow professional auditing standards. The government auditing standards is what we follow. And so because those standards require us to consider abuse, to not have that in the legislation actually would not make a difference. We would still be required to look at abuse because the law already requires us to follow the standards that require it. So it's difficult to omit abuse from the trifecta of fraud, waste, and abuse because it lies between waste and fraud along the spectrum of severity and can often be an indicator of fraud. So while I understand that the concerns management has raised regarding this, we can't predict where an audit or investigation might take us, and overly defining the word could box us in, the IG's office in a way that would prevent us from doing our work. And so I also think it's important to acknowledge that we have established a process for forwarding allegations we receive to other departments when they're outside the scope of our authority. And we have done that on several occasions. We also did something last year where we worked with other departments to update the district whistleblower policy. And in that policy, we clearly define what types of allegations should go to our office, what types of allegations should go to the independent police auditor, what types of allegations should go to the Office of Civil Rights. And so I believe that attempting to identify specific areas to exclude in the legislation would not be as clear as it may sound when it comes to day-to-day work. So the other piece of this is access to confidential records, which, as you heard earlier from Anne-Marie Hogan, is actually one of the most common authorities provided to offices of Inspector General. It's virtually unheard of for an Office of Inspector General not to have unlimited access to records. And it does include confidential records. And if you look at the legislation, it does exclude us. It does require that we protect those confidential records with the same protection that is afforded the office that provided them. We cannot disclose something simply because we get it and it came from an office that had a confidentiality requirement. In addition to that, I wanted to point out that Bart's internal audit division has been provided unlimited access to records without such a requirement to not be provided confidential records. And although the authority does not specifically say they have access to confidential, it is implied by the statement that says they're under the same obligation to protect documents considered confidential by state or federal laws. In other words, Bart is proposing to place limitations on our office that it does not place on its own internal audit function. I don't agree with Bart's proposal to require a court review for us to obtain certain confidential records.
Thank you. Director Ames, did you have any additional questions before we move on?
Well, it sounds, okay, and one more question for Inspector General. So we have these kind of regulations, similar regulations that Senator Glazer has proposed, and this has been like possibly in Washington, D.C. or other agencies, transportation agencies. Is this correct? We have similar rules in place in the law that are aligned with this legislation.
Yes. So one of the things that I think is important to understand is when Director Dufty and you and the external affairs staff and their lobbyists and I met with Senator Glazer a couple of weeks ago. It was primarily to talk about funding, but the Senate bill did come up. And one of the things Senator Glazer said at the beginning of that is that he had researched best practices and coordinated the language with the Office of the State Auditor prior to submitting this language in the bill. And he said that there is nothing in it that is unreasonable, that it aligns with legislation elsewhere and with the functions of an IG, and that there was no reason to be opposing it.
So I guess, are there other agencies though that have similar transportation agencies that have this legislation? Just wondering if.
Yes.
Okay, like, do you know which ones?
WMATA, LA Metro, they all have unlimited access to records.
Okay, thank you.
It was actually also a provision that was added. So when the Caltrans Office of the Independent Office of Audits and Inspector General of Investigations was established in 2017 through legislation. They later came back in 2019 and added language such as this to give them the access to the records, the unlimited access to records.
Thank you. You know, I know this is a difficult task, for the board to accept this and for the staff. And I really do think the Inspector General is essential to continuously improve the organization. I don't think we're going to have these major scandals. I hope not. But without this oversight, we don't know what we don't know. I mean, so it just seems clear to me that we have to move forward with more documentation, more transparency. The whistleblower policy has it basically allows people to freely say things that they can't say in front of their employer. It just goes so far. It's far reaching in that if we don't have this transparency, I just don't see how Bart's going to change and continuously improve upon the agency. So I just hope that, I know it's scary to do this. I've been audited before. I was a president of a credit union and the federal auditors came in and they had unlimited access. I mean, it's a scary thing to have all of your records be scrutinized. But this is essential. I think we can work out these issues that Russell has with this legislation, and I think we can do it before the committee. I would hope the Transportation Committee proceedings, and I applaud this effort. I hope that the BART staff and the general manager really try to work more with this legislation and not fight it as much. And I'm hopeful that we can get to this compromise without having all of these amendments. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Saltzman?
Chair Foley, I'm sorry, I had just a quick announcement. I could interrupt for a moment.
Yes.
So the staff conference room was experiencing an audio issue that I think has since been resolved, so they were unable to respond. That's also why we heard that tone a couple times, that beeping. So I believe it's been resolved now, and we should be okay going forward.
Thank you. President Saltzman.
Thank you. There are a lot of things I want to address, but I'll try to keep it brief. First, I want to say I'm frustrated we're in this position. I really wish the author had brought all of us into a room months ago to start discussing this, because we might have been all able to come together and come to something that we could support straight off. It is what it is. We weren't given that opportunity in the committees next week. It's a very short timeline to provide substantive feedback. I also just want to state that I think in having concerns about this legislation, that does not mean that anybody who has concerns about this legislation does not support the Inspector General, does not support its independence, does not support transparency. You can support all those things and also think there need to be amendments to this legislation. So I just wanted to make that totally clear. I think it's important that we oppose unless amended. And why that is because of just how positions are presented when they go through the legislature. The legislature considers a lot of bills, thousands of bills every year, and each committee considers hundreds. And the positions are lumped together in such a way that often a support, if amended, is really kind of lumped together as support. And I know this because I worked in legislative advocacy in the legislature for 15 years outside of Bart. And there was always this concern about if you say support if amended, if you have really significant amendments, your amendments aren't going to really be considered to the same level unless, the author's really with you on considering those. And so I think it's important, since we have some, at least I have some substantial concerns and staff does as well, and I know some board members do, that we go with oppose unless amended for now. That does not mean that we can't get to support later. If the author's willing to sit down with us and go back and forth and address some of these concerns, particularly the ones that concern us in regards to how our other oversight interfaces with the Inspector General. And I agree with the Inspector General Richardson that so far it's worked well. She's turned things over to other people, and that's great. But we need to make that clear, because there will be, future Inspector Generals in the future. We need to make the authorities very clear so we don't set up a situation where, one of our oversight bodies or offices has to, go against one of another law. We don't want to ever create that situation. So I think at this point, it is important to oppose unless amended. But again, I want to be clear that we can get to a support position. And I think that is possible if the author is willing to work with us. Though if the author has already stated there's absolutely no reason to be concerned about this bill, that doesn't give me a lot of hope, but maybe there is some hope. And I would hope we could try to work together. And if it's not with this author, maybe it's future legislation. There's plenty of parts of the bill that I can get behind. But I do think there are some amendments needed that are significant and can present significant challenges. So I'm calling on the board at this point to oppose unless amended. I would be supportive, though, as we put together a letter, which will be too late for this committee. And I just want to be transparent that Vice President Lee and I have already sent a letter to the committee because comments were due yesterday. And so we sent them just as ourselves, made it very clear the board hasn't acted. So we did send comments similar to what's been presented today. But as the board takes a position, I would be supportive of saying, we'd like to get to a support position. We support, strengthening the Office of the Inspector General, and we want to work together. And I think that would be a good message to understand. And I understand why it's important to send that. But I think still, if we want amendments made, and there's some significant ones, we really need to, at this point, oppose unless amended.
Thank you, President Saltzman. IG Richardson, did you have some brief comments you'd like to make before
I had comments on several of these, but one of the things I would like to say is there's been a lot of comment today about the collaborative effort that I made and my office made to work with management on the investigation. And I want to say that I was not afforded that same collaborative effort to respond to management's comments and concerns about this bill. if this function is to work as intended, the collaboration needs to go both ways. And so there are quite a number of things in here that I can agree to some support and some amendment. There are some things I definitely can't. And I don't know if you want me to go through all of these right now, or if you want to direct staff to work with me on the amendment rather than present something to me at the 11th hour and say, this is what we've presented to the board. I actually got it after the deadline for it to go into the agenda packet. It was discussed with me the day before, but I did not get an opportunity to provide actual comments to what they actually wrote. And it was a foregone conclusion about what they were going to put in here. And a lot of it, as was said earlier by Anne-Marie Hogan, a lot of what is being addressed here as proposed changes would impair our independence to conduct audits and investigations. We are already mandated to follow the professional auditing standards by Government Code Section 1236. A lot of those requirements pertain to, particularly with independence, pertain to how the office functions as a whole. We can't separate that because it pertains to the office as a whole. We can't separate it based on whether it is an audit or an investigation. We follow the standards for process on those for the other parts of that, but for the office functioning as a whole, there is some certain things we just can't, I can't agree to in this legislation. So I don't know if you want me to go through all of these now. It will take me a bit of time, or if you want to say to management, work with the IG and develop something that we can both live with.
If in fact this motion does pass, I would like management to work with you to talk about the amendments and the way we can move forward. So I think that's probably the best approach. So with that, Director McPartlin, did you have something between us and the vote that you needed to raise?
Well, on this particular issue right here, I was going to end up recommending that we go ahead and listen to the IG, because if she's, when I was briefed on this and I made the request that the IG be invited into it, and I don't think that staff was prepared for that. And staff gave their presentation, and then Harriet went down the line and identified the things that she did not agree with. And it was obvious that there had been no collaboration whatsoever. If we end up directing her to collaborate, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen. I'd like to see this thing aired in the public right here, right now. I've got a couple more comments, but the one thing that I wanted to point out, well, no, I'll leave it at that. I recommend that we allow Harriet to answer each one of those things that she would like to end up having that collaboration about. Because again, it's going to end up being the case of we'll end up listening to staff say one thing, and then we'll end up listening to the IG say something else. And I think the public has a right to know. I will have to end up saying that this certainly looks like the consequence management that I was anticipating, that if staff ended up digging in his heels and being less collaborative and not proactive in any manner, shape, or form, with the exception of what we have just gone through with PGH Wong, then we wouldn't be here at all, and this legislation wouldn't be on the table. So with that,
I agree with your comments, Director McPartlin, and I'm happy to hear line by line the response from the Inspector General on these, these bullet points in the slide presented by staff.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, and I would like to get to the vote. So as chair, I'm going to ask for the vote to be called.
Wait, Scott, sorry, are we going to we're going to vote and then we're still going to allow the Inspector General to comment, correct?
No, we're going to
allow her to.
Not today, but yes.
Not today.
Of course.
Well, I agree with Director McPartlin, because I had the Inspector General and the staff I go line by line, and it was good to hear the two opinions, because the issue is the silos of having a conversation about what Bart wants and what the IG wants is happening separately. And this is happening again if we don't allow the two to talk.
Excuse me, Director Ames, I apologize for the interruption, but the chair has called for the vote, so I do need to call roll for the motion that has been moved and seconded.
I think a motion has to be made to close discussion if that's what you're going to do. I mean, just point of order.
Okay. Well, I just think this is unfortunate if we're closing this dialogue and only hearing one side.
And it needs to be held in public.
We're not closing a dialogue. I think it would be helpful to see where directors are, especially since several haven't said anything. And I think the chair has called for a vote. If we need a motion, we can have a motion. Ultimately, there's going to be more discussion moving forward. And clearly we need to see the Inspector General's point of view. I think it would be really helpful to have that in writing. I mean, I know I took a long time looking at the staff comments and listening to them. I think it would be helpful to have it in writing since some of this is complex.
But putting it in writing eliminates the debate. That's the purpose of the public debate.
I apologize. I don't mean we shouldn't talk about it. I'm saying we need to see it in writing to be able to have a discussion about it in depth in public.
Well, if necessary, I'll ask, is someone calling the question?
Call the question.
Thank you. All right, so let's go to the vote.
That requires a vote on calling the question, doesn't it?
Let me ask the, yes?
Yes, sure.
Let's have a vote on calling the question.
Well, it needs a second.
Second.
Director Dufty?
Aye.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
I don't even know what I'm voting on.
We're voting on calling the question for the motion that was previously made.
Closing discussion.
Aye. Continuing the discussion, yes.
No, that would close.
You'd be a no. You'd be a no on this.
Be a no, John.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
No.
Director Ames?
No.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Motion carries with Directors Allen, Ames, and McPartland voting no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Can we now move to the vote?
Yes, we can. Director Dufty?
Can you repeat the motion now, what we're voting on?
Yes, I believe the motion is the staff recommendation to oppose 1488 unless amended.
Correct.
Director Dufty?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
I believe it will be foolish and counterproductive. I'm going to have to vote no.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
No.
Director Ames?
No.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Motion carries with Directors Allen, Ames, and McPartland voting no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let us move to item 9.
Director Foley, before we move on, I
Yes.
just wanted to
Sure.
say I intend to bring this back for further discussion. There clearly needs to be, and I would ask the Inspector General to share written comments with us ahead of that conversation, and for the General Manager and his team to meet with the Inspector General to discuss this further and to have open discussions moving forward as this legislation moves forward. But I would like to bring this back. I understand the call for more public discussion, and I will plan to agendize it again.
Thank you, Madam President. So with that, we'll move to item 9B, which is a continued item from our March 10th meeting. And this is an agreement with Motorola for the automated license plate reader services for Bart's parking enforcement modernization program. So does staff have an update for us or a presentation?
Yes, Chair Foley, and I will pass it to Ryan Green Roselle, Manager of Parking.
Hi, thank you. Board, I'm before you today regarding a contract award for automated license plate reader services. This was agendized for a prior board meeting, but we took some additional time to work with the privacy advocacy community on their concerns. As described in the EDD, we are recommending that this contract be awarded to Motorola Solutions. The motion is before you, and we are happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we have any public comment, Madam Secretary?
Yes, we do. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Mark Foley. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. This is important, and it's overdue. We've been punting this for quite a while, and I'm seeing automated license plate reading evolving and being used in mainstream society across the country, and I'm sure around the world. People don't often think about it, but now when you drive over the bridges here in the Bay Area, that automated license plate reading is an option that people can use to pay for their tolls. We're seeing it on a number of other toll agencies, and I'm sure we're seeing it in some other parking agencies. This can offer a lot more options than the status quo of simply feeding cash into a meter or into a vending machine for a defined time period. And then you get that anxiety of, well, the event isn't over, but now I have to run back out and feed the meter or the vending machine, lest you have a violation. So I think this technology can help to empower people of all different subsets of the community to be able to better manage their parking payment needs. I have related to you in one of my previous letters about the difficulties of paid parking in 1992 with the Metuchen station in New Jersey, of which then I got to enjoy a New Jersey Transit train ride to New York City and ride the subway and see Grand Central Terminal, among other things. And, you know, a person's car is a very valuable part of their lives. And I have 23 years of car ownership in my past. And a theft or vandalism of vehicle is something that can be extremely disruptive to people of any economic status. And when I hear about issues of catalytic converter theft, or maybe something that doesn't make the news, such as somebody getting their car keyed or getting their tires cut, I think that there is a whole suite of positive possibilities that we can have with this. I'm confident that privacy will be upheld because I use tech in my life every day in many different ways, probably more than most. And I have never felt compromised in that. So this is another way that we can help diverse populations and advance the cause of BART being the people's system. I ask a yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any additional public comment?
I do not see any other hands raised.
All right, let's turn to Director Lee, then Director Rayburn.
Thank you so much, Chair Foley. I'll be quick here. So I really want to thank privacy advocates, particularly Tracy Rosenberg with Media Alliance, for bringing some really critical issues to the board and staff's attention, which my understanding is that staff was not fully aware of some of these concerns at the point of the RFP going out. I further want to really thank staff. I'll point out particularly Ryan Roselle Green, Bob Franklin, and Lieutenant Kevin Franklin with BPD for seriously taking the concerns and bringing back more information. At this time, I feel ready to vote yes on this EDD, and I will move this item forward for approval if anyone would like to second it.
I'll second.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. The board received additional information from staff, but there were a few things I asked, and it seems like these will be moving forward. First is that My understanding is that OCIO has committed to providing a memo with updates about the implementation after the 3-month test period. Second is for additional detail and updates via our annual surveillance report and some sort of more proactive approach to ensuring that this contract is, that we aren't seeing any of these security concerns. And third, I'd really like a memo either from Bart staff or from Motorola that details the fixes that have been implemented, some of which I understand were actually made by Motorola prior to the California State Auditor report coming out. And just to really clarify where any kind of Bart ALPR data actually lives. I was assured verbally by staff, but I think having something more formally in writing, I'd like to see that. With that said, I don't think any of these asks hold up my desire to vote yes on this today. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Rayburn.
I just want to share that staff has assured me that they will come back to us with their annual report on whether the new technology meets our goals and expectations. That's a key element in guaranteeing that, of course, that we're really achieving success as well as protecting privacy. And the privacy is part of why we've adopted the nation's foremost surveillance, use, and impact reports on all of our new technologies. As well, I want to share that I was in a room in a conference last week with Brian Hoffer, Privacy Advocates, and he made that comment that Bart is the leader. And so it's through the proactive efforts of saying, hold it, let's make sure we've got this down right, and coming back then with a modified proposal. We're doing the right things. Ryan, Bob Franklin, and Deputy Chief Franklin, I really appreciate it. And as well, last week I attended a crime prevention meeting at Fruitvale, in which the number one source of crime at Fruitvale, it's over in the parking garage. And here we have a deployment of a mechanism which not only addresses our ability to collect parking revenue in a very transparent fashion for the public, including those that don't read English or Chinese. But I also was able to tell the public that we're addressing crime at that nexus. It's like a magnet for crime, a big parking garage. So this has my wholehearted support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Seeing no additional hands, let's go to the vote.
Director Duffy,
Aye.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam President, did you want to do a time check?
Yeah, I think we're going to try to get through the next item quickly, and then we're going to take a break for closed session.
All right, so it sounds like we will take item 9C, which is the award of an agreement to HNTB Corporation for strategic advising and program management services for round 2 of Bart's Link 21 program. And then we'll go to closed session and then resume with item 9D, which is the Link 21 Stage Gate 1 approval after. So with that, staff, do you have something for us on 9C?
Thank you, Chair Foley. Sadie Graham will present.
Hi, directors. Thank you for your time. I'm here today to ask you to award a professional service contract for strategic advising and program management to HNTB Corporation. Previous contract was for $5 million in 5 years, advertised in 2018 and awarded in 2019. The scope of work is to support Bart and CCJPA staff in management of the program and provide strategic advising. They are also helping us to manage the 4 consulting firms that we awarded contracts to in the fall. We realized the contract would be encumbered by this coming summer, and so we advertised a procurement in the fall. The agreement is for $80 million for 4 years, which is phase 1, which is the base agreement, with an option for $120 million for 6 years for phase 2 work that would be optionalized with the stage gate movement into phase 2 work. We went through the typical BART procurement process. We received 1 proposal. We evaluated it the same as we would any other procurement. Our panel included BART, Caltrain, CCJPA staff, and I'm here to recommend award to the HNTB Corporation. I did want to mention one thing. In their previous contract, they had a DBE goal that they are meeting and achieving, and they will have a similar 25% DBE goal for this contract as well. Thank you. The motion is before you for your consideration.
Thank you, Sadie. I appreciate that very succinct update to the board. Do we have any public comment, Madam Secretary?
Thank you. Peter, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, directors. I'll be brief. My name is Peter Gertler. I'm a senior vice president with HNTB. Since our contract inception in August 2019, my role on Link 21 has and is proposed to continue to be as program manager and lead of the HNTB Link 21 strategic advising and program management team. Under the leadership of Sadie Graham and the entire BART CCJPA Link 21 team, we are proud of our accomplishments as summarized in the StageGate materials that will be before you later today. We believe we are well on our way to deliver this once in a generation and transformational program to the mega region. On behalf of HNTB and our sub-consultant partners, we are excited to continue to work on the program and begin the next phase of work. We'd like to compliment BART on the fair and transparent proposal process that required us to prepare a robust approach and justify our value to continue our role going forward as Link 21 strategic advisors and program manager. We are particularly proud of our partnerships, alliances, and the mentoring of our SDBE partners, and to report that we will meet our 25% SBE target in the existing agreement and the 25% DBE target in the new agreement. For the new agreement, we are continuing our partnerships with our SDBE partners, and are excited to announce that we're adding an additional 3 DBE firms to our team. So again, on behalf of the HNTB team, we are excited to continue our role in supporting BART CCJPA in this next phase of Link 21. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gertler. Do we have any additional public comments?
Yes, we do. Caller whose number ends in 6301, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Jessica Doherty from Cause Impacts. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So this is Jessica Doherty. I'm the principal of Cause Impacts, which is a DBE social impact consulting firm. I just want to first applaud Bart for A, doing this work, and B, making a requirement for so many DBEs to participate. My firm has worked with multiple transportation agencies, including Los Angeles County Metro, other Bay Area entities, large bus entities, et cetera. But our contracts have usually been around 500 to 600K, the largest being 800K. We would have never applied for this work on our own. So by partnering with HNTB, we can help BART be more equitable in your practices and your programs and really make Link 21 a success, but also help you get access to more DBE firms such as ours. So I also want to applaud HNTB. I know that this was a rigorous process to reapply for this contract, and we couldn't be more thrilled to be working with HNTB. The application process showed them as not just people that will be advising you in your equity principles and processes and making you make sure that you serve the Bay Area the best, but also themselves in their own internal processes. They speak what they are doing while they're doing it. So just want to applaud you, say thank you. Again, this is Jessica Doherty. We're a DBE women-owned firm. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Do we have any additional public comment?
Yes, we do. Caller whose number ends in 9610, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Robert Luster. I'm the president of Luster National. We are an active sub-consultant with HNTB right now, and the services that we are providing include risk management planning, program controls, and public outreach coordination. The relationship with HNTB has spanned 18 years, and on this particular program, they have been very collaborative and inclusive of how they are utilizing Luster, both on the contract and on the proposal process for the recompete. And I just wanted the BART and the public to know of HNTB's continued commitment to its small businesses, not only in affording us an opportunity to work, but an opportunity to grow while we're working on such a very important and impressive regional project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luster. It looks like that's concluded our public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right. So let's turn to director comments. I have Director Dufty, followed by Ames, followed by Rayburn.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd like to start before I speak with a motion to approve this item. So I don't know if there's a second.
Second.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to take a minute or two just to articulate that at times we are frustrated without multiple bidders in a situation, and that I honestly feel from having talked to firms that you might have expected that their belief and what they knew was that HNTB has just done a fantastic job with their large team. And I appreciate Ms. Doherty's comments about opportunities being extended to smaller and disadvantaged businesses to be part of the Link 21 effort. But from everything that we've seen happening in terms of the management of Link 21, both from our staff and from HNTB and the array of firms that are working with them, that everything that's been thrown in their direction, they've caught it and they've taken it to the finish line, and that they're doing a fantastic job. So I just want to underscore the fact that I think that the reason that we're here with one successful proposer is because they have been so successful in the work that they've done so far, and absolutely believe that they deserve support with this approval matter so that they can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Director Ames.
Thank you. Yes, I do think HNTB is an amazing firm, and I think this is a transformative project. It's just, I have a lot of conflicts with the process of how we're awarding these large contracts. So we have 80 million for 4 years and then an extension, 120 million for 6. So it's 10 years. And this is, $200 million. And I have said this before with the CM contracts, on-call contracts for 40 million each that we just had a discussion on with previously this morning. But the issue really is we don't get a scope of work for this type of, the scale of a project, $200 million without a scope of work. And I know the scope could change over time, and I appreciate that because this is a transformative project. But this is for, strategic, HNTB did strategic advising since 2019. And I would say that, strategic advising starts with scenario planning. And I've asked repeatedly that we have a growth in ridership and we have a growth in rail freight. And rail freight movement with using rail has not been studied. It's not in any scenarios. It's not in the RFP when we started this project. And I get that the project could change over time and we can get input from the board to try to guide this process, but we don't get a lot of we don't get a lot of opportunity to transform this project without looking at their scopes of work. So I really need to emphasize there's a lack of transparency here, and there's a lack of board guidance because staff is allowed to issue scopes of work. This is for $200 million, and we get very infrequent updates. So I have to vote no on this. I support the project. It's just this process, I think, it needs more work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Director Ames. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Foley. And this is such an important project to bring to the public options to putting the key in the ignition throughout 21 counties in Northern California, providing climate action as well as equity. And I just want to say that the program selection is coming next year. And I look forward to working with the public in making the decisions that will be before us in this coming year about where things will actually occur and how they will occur. So I believe there has been a tremendous process. It's been engaging with the public throughout 21 counties, and we need to keep that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Foley. So I'm concerned about some of the things that Director Ames said as well. In particular, this process of letting out a contract that is 10 years long and $200 million to one firm, the only firm that bid on the project. Now, I fully understand the value of a firm like HNTB and in having them lead the way on this project. And I don't really object as much to the one bidder situation as I do to this board essentially tying boards of the future to a contract that they don't get to vote on. In 4 years from now, this board will probably look differently, and definitely in 10 years, it will look very different. I'm sure of that. And I think to put this kind of authority into the hands of the general manager to approve $200 million at one shot for 10 years, when the history of this contract is it was just let out 2.5 years ago for $40 million or maybe 50 million, I'm not sure. I think it was 50 million, 2.5 years ago, and that was supposed to last 5 years. And here we are 2.5 years later, and we're back for more. Now I've had conversations with staff about why that is, and it has to do with other contracts and other work being mixed into this. Which I'm not sure, if that's really an acceptable answer either, but that's something that I'd have to dig further into. So from my perspective, I like the work that HNTB has done on this project. I was out at Todos Santos Plaza not too long ago and ran into our BART employees at the Link 21 table, actively engaging with the public and talking to them about the excitement of this future project. So I am absolutely on board with us planning now for decades ahead. It's what we have to do. But I just don't agree with this contracting process. And in addition to that, I'll throw out and mention here that when we awarded all those $40 million contracts to construction managers and engineering firms between 1 and 2.5 years ago, there was a solid discussion about this and a solid promise from our general manager and our staff that they would be coming back to this board on these blanket awards of open contracts. They would be coming back to us and reporting regularly on exactly what they were spending the money on. And I don't know about you, but I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen summaries of these large, $40 million contracts come back to us as a board. So for all of those reasons, I'm prepared to make a substitute motion. I don't know if I'll have support for this, but my substitute motion would be what's in the motion that was presented to us in the EDD, except for leaving off the approval and granting authority to the general manager for the other 6-year option and the other 120 million. So I mean, I could reword the motion if you want, but I think most of you probably understand I'm willing to approve the $40 million contract today for the next 4 years and see and continue to monitor this as we go along. But I am not willing to commit this agency to 10 years on this project right now. So I don't know if I have a second for that.
So just to clarify, so the $80 million contract for 4 years could go forward.
I'm sorry, I said 40, it's 80. You're right.
Yeah. And then how, I would like to know how we are going to see the progress on a regular basis for this $80 million and actually look at the scopes of work that are being issued to HNTB. Because like I said, I'm concerned about not including freight as a scenario into this passenger rail system. The passenger rail system is on a freight privately owned line. So I'd like to get frequent updates on the scopes of work.
So I'm happy to include in the motion the 80 million over 4 years without the option amounts. And I don't know, do you think annual updates on those the scopes of work and the accomplishments are appropriate, or does that need to be more often?
Semi-annual.
So semi-annual updates on the scopes of this $80 million and the accomplishments as we go along.
Okay, I can support that. So I can second that substitute motion.
All right, so we have a substitute motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Director Rayburn, no? Okay, all right.
Well,
Go ahead, Director Rayburn.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff, Carl Holmes and Sadie, to elaborate on the 6-year, $120 million option and how exactly that would be affected, or maybe even the general manager, since it would be up to the general manager.
Thanks, Director Rayburn. So the intent for the phasing of the two of the base bid and the option aligns with the same phasing that we awarded for the other contracts, with the base to get us to phase 1 and then the option to get us from phase 1 to phase 2. The intent is for us to use the stage gate action, which is what will be coming to you this afternoon for stage gate 1. You will have completed 2 stage gates before we get to phase 2. So that's 2 points of option where the board, we're asking you to make official actions on the project, which as you will remember, the stage gate is a project management project sort of transparency-based tool. I would say that this is the 3rd time we've been to you this year. We appreciate the opportunity to come and give annual updates, and HNTB is providing program management and strategic advising, so they are intricately involved in all of the work that we do and present to you on a regular basis. I hope that answers your question, Director.
Director Rayburn, did that address your question?
I don't think it actually, getting to each stage gate will be a requirement for the board to address, I think, the program ID and then the short list of concepts are the 2 next stage gates before we select a preferred concept. So at that stage, you're telling us that we would have the control over the award of the next $120 million.
I mean, the overall intent of the stage gate is really to have authority for the board to take action to continue to advance the program, which is essentially the action we will be asking you to take this afternoon. And so it being a project control mechanism, if you don't take those stage gate actions, then essentially we either halt work and go backward and figure out what it would take to get that stage gate action to move forward, or the project would, go dormant. So it is the intent that the option would be aligned with the stage gate 3 action, which is when we move into that phase 2 work, which is when we will be coming to you and asking you or subsequent boards to make a motion to enter into that phase of work.
Okay, then Sadie, unlike today's agenda, the stage gates should be the first item discussed before the award of agreement.
I appreciate yes. We got a little off schedule, but I think that's a very good comment, and we will keep that in mind.
And as well, throughout this process, I think there are a number of early wins that can be achieved through moving this forward and not saying that, oh, it's on its, we've all watched what's happened to high-speed rail, and that it went through a very lengthy period of being discredited, and we have to show a commitment to see this through, and that's absolutely critical for everybody involved here, or it'll be delayed. We cannot afford that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Rayburn. I would like to ask staff, as we have the substitute motion on the table, are there any negative impacts to this substitute motion?
I would assert that let me see, I'm actually not 100% sure what the motion language is. Is it to, could you say it again? Is it to not award the option?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So so by not awarding the option, we'll have a break in work. Staff would be forced to recompete the contract again, which takes time and effort and would potentially delay the project scope, schedule, and budget.
I would respectfully disagree with that.
Director Allen, if you could, why would there be a break in work if you scheduled the amendment ahead of the end of the prior contract?
Sorry, could you say that again, Director Foley?
Sure. Why would there be a break in work if we scheduled the next contract amendment or the next contract in advance of the expiration of the?
You're right. There could possibly not be a break in work. I'll say that the effort that it takes to get a contract out to bid and the effort that it takes for the consultant teams to put in contracts is a big effort, especially on my part. It depend, and we're lucky in this instance that we still have contract authority to continue work. But again, HNTB is doing the program management of this to help us manage the other 4 consultants. So it puts at risk the overall schedule because they are helping the Bart and CCJPA staff to support the management of the overall work and moving forward.
Thank you. I understood. Director Saltzman.
I'm not making a motion, but I wonder if there's somewhere in the middle to go here. We have done this before, maybe only once or twice, but where we've, instead of making the award of the option fully on the authority of the general manager, we've asked him to come back to the board, check in before doing that. And then if there are any issues, we would deal with that then, but if there aren't, then we would approve moving forward without having to go out with a new contract. Is that correct that we can do that? That is a way to structure it? Legally, is what I'm asking. So maybe Matt.
Yes, I'm not the attorney. Matt is the attorney, but go ahead.
So this is Matt Barros.
What the board often does is directs the general manager. It does not authorize the exercise of the option, but it directs the general manager to come back at such a point that it's time to exercise the option to get authorization at that point. I don't believe from my listening that that is Director Allen's substitute motion.
No, it's not. I know.
Okay.
That's,
Okay.
I'm just putting it out
It is
there as an
possible to do that,
optional
yeah.
way to go.
Yes, that is a legal option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Allen, if you could provide some comments that might help us get to your substitute motion vote, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So, perhaps I didn't exactly use the right wording, and we can change that up a little bit in the substitute motion. But at the end of the day, the intent of my substitute motion is that this board should have an opportunity to evaluate what's gone on in 4 years from now, or whenever that $80 million expires, should have this opportunity to assess where we are, and then make a decision to add an extension to the contract. I've seen us do extensions to contracts many, many times. And if we have to leave the option in, but make it subject to board approval, then I'm willing to make that change to the substitute motion, that the option has to be subject to a board vote, not just an automatic general manager renegotiate or authorizing the option.
Thank you. Director Rayburn, do you have something on the substitute motion?
Yes, I do. And a concern I have is that there are three different pots of money that would be allocated to this project. Both Measure RR, our own funds, the Regional Measure 3, as well as an annual contribution by the state. And it would concern me if particularly Regional Measure 3, which is the other big player, would say, well, those funds aren't encumbered after 3 or 4 years, and so we can maybe identify something else to do with those monies. That's risky. And so I also want to point out that the Capitol Quarter will be faced with a similar decision next week. So we should be working together with all of our partners on what we do here. And this has been discussed considerably as we've approached this date. So I'm not going to be able to support a substitute motion.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. All right, if I could turn to the district secretary and possibly she can summarize the substitute motion for the vote.
So I believe what the current substitute motion is the staff recommendation minus the authorization of the option, which will be subject to board approval. And to include semi-annual updates on scope and progress of the project. So basically the staff recommendation, but taking the option as a board approval item, and then adding the semi-annual updates of scope and progress. I believe that's what I've heard. I just want to confirm.
Is that correct, Director Allen?
I believe the word subject to board approval should be a part of the option. And I was just trying to pull up what the the motion as stated here is the board supports utilization. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the wrong one. It's the stage gate. So I don't know if the district secretary can put the EDD up for this.
Sure.
That would be most helpful. Sorry.
Just a moment.
Director Allen, may I jump in for a minute and see if I can summarize your motion? So
I would really appreciate it.
The first sentence of the motion would remain the same with a 4-year agreement for $80 million. The second sentence of the staff recommendation would be changed to say, the general manager is directed to return to the board if the general manager desires to exercise the 6-year option at the appropriate time. And during the entire period of this contract, the general manager is directed to give annual updates to the board.
I would say yes, except the general manager is directed to return to the board for authorization or approval of the exercise of an option.
Yeah, sorry if I misspoke. That's what I meant to say.
Well,
Yes.
But also this, what happened to the semi-annual updates?
Correct. And he said that.
He said annual updates, I believe.
It should be semi-annual, correct.
It should be semi-annual, yes.
All right, now that that is clear as mud, and we've made some sausage, it's time for us to vote. So we have a substitute motion before us, Madam Secretary.
Yes. Director Duffy,
No.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
No.
Director McPartland,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
No.
Director Simon, Director Simon,
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was trying to get off mute. I'm here. Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes, thank you.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries with Directors Duffy, Lee, and Rayburn voting no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, I believe we have concluded our business with item 9C. So, Madam President, did you wish to take over and move us to a closed session?
Yes, and I know the next item is linked, but it is getting quite late. So I do want to move us into closed session under items 11A, B, and C. Before we do that, do we have any public comment on the closed session items?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, then we will take a short break so people can grab lunch and come back into closed session at 1:45. And then we'll return to open session when closed session is completed. Okay, it looks like we have a quorum, so are we ready to get started again?
Yes, staff is now ready, President Saltzman.
Great. So we've finished closed session and there's nothing to announce from closed session. So we'll now return to open session and I will turn it back to Chair Foley for item 9D.
Thank you, Madam President. The last item on the PPAL committee for today is item 9D. This is the Link 21 Stage Gate 1 approval, and the board is requested to authorize, and I'll turn it over to staff.
I think they are dialing up with the telephone. Go ahead and share the slide. Getting connected. Okay, staff, you should be able to go ahead. We see you are in the meeting. Go ahead and unmute the physical phone in the room that you're in, the conference room. Thank you for your patience, directors. We're going to have IT staff go to check to see if there's an issue with the phone.
Microphone check. Can you hear us in the conference room?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
It's working now.
Are you ready for us?
We are indeed.
Okay, well, I'll hand it over to Sadie Graham with the part 2 of Link 21. And she's also joined by Nicole Franklin and Camille Sal.
Great, thank you, Carl. Thanks, directors. Nice to see you again. So next slide, please. If you remember from our stage gate award process, next slide, please. We came to you in February and presented the first of our two-parted stage gate series, where we brought to you the goals and the vision, the goals and objectives that we're going to ask you to take a motion on today, and then presented evidence for why staff and executive staff at Bart and CCJPA are recommending we advance the Link 21 program from phase 0 to phase 1. So next slide, please. And then we returned in March and gave you a brief update on engagement and equity. Next slide, please. And then next slide, please. And so if you remember the way we left it after the first stage gate meeting, we said that we would come back to you today, ask you to adopt the vision, goals, and objectives, and make a motion to advance the program from phase 0 to phase 1. And this is according to our 4 key statements that are essentially, we have the right vision, goals, and objectives. Number 2, we have the path to engagement with stakeholder and public engagement. Number 3, we set a foundation of analytical work. And number 4, we have the process, people and funding and tools in place. So next slide, please. So when we presented the vision and goals and objectives to you last time, we did get some really great feedback on some of the language in here. And so the red lines here, which are also in your packet, represent some changes to the vision that we made in order to sort of double down and make sure that we are talking about preventing against displacement and supporting community stability. So it looks like a lot of red lines, but really it's the same notion, but you have the revised version in your packet. Next slide, please. And then similarly for the goals and objectives, we just clarified community stability could be interpreted as a no growth. So we just wanted to talk about protect against community instability and displacement. So next slide, please. So I'm here today. You have the motion in front of you in the packet, but staff is recommending that the board adopt the motion before you. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
All right. Do we have any moved approval? All right. Do we have a second? Moved and seconded. Any director comments? Yes, Director Ames.
Okay. So I'm looking at this RFP, the scope of services, and it says phase 0 program definition. And it says the deliverables would be the business case framework, the problem and vision statement, goals and objectives, and a list of program alternatives. So could staff elaborate on the list of program alternatives for phase 0?
The staff is working behind the scenes, and we have a number of different program concepts for different corridors that we'll be taking out to the public in the next 2 series of workshops for feedback and to gain their input on the program, the development of the program alternatives.
Okay, so this is going to go out to the community when? Is this like in the spring, or I guess
we're going to start the conversation with the community in the spring which would be our 3rd round of workshop, and then really dig into it with them in the fall for the 4th round of workshops.
So this is saying that we're going to get a list of the program alternatives for phase 0. And the reason why I'm asking is because this is my frustration in moving ahead quickly to phase 1. Phase 1 talks about the preferred program alternatives and the preliminary business case. So we're really launching into preferred program alternatives if we don't have the list of the options right now to discuss before it goes to the public. So I guess I just have questions about the analytical work that was done also in this phase. You say the analytical work has been completed. And I would just say, can you identify problems with the existing rail network that Link 21 is going to be based on, which is the crossing of the bay?
Can you repeat your question, Director Ames?
Can you elaborate on the problems with the existing rail system that Link 21 is going to be based on?
Well, the problem statement that's in our stage gate work pretty much summarizes, that there's a mega regional problem that we have with a fair amount of rail that's disconnected and not interwoven, that doesn't meet all of the needs of those throughout the region who need it. There's a number of congestion, and we're also working to reduce VMT and GHG in alignment with the state's mission.
Okay, so
I don't have the
have
problem statement is in your stage gate report.
Well, I'm asking if we've identified areas that are a problem with the existing rail network as part of the analytical work. So I guess it's just this level of understanding that we have a disconnected system. So
the level of analytical work that we've done so far is right now the market analysis that we've done, which is looking at sort of unmet rail demand in the mega region.
Okay. And the unmet rail demand is for passenger rail. So did we actually identify areas that we were nearing capacity for passenger rail and freight rail?
Director Ames, we are looking at freight rail for areas where there's mutually beneficial improvements that can help passenger rail. But the vision statement we're asking you to adopt does clearly state that this is a passenger rail focused project, and that is that we're trying to solve the passenger rail. We're trying to solve the problems with passenger rail.
So do you think that passenger rail is linked to freight? The passenger rail congestion is linked to the freight growth of the region.
So if I skipped over one of the slides, but in there we talked about how we are working and it's not complete yet, on a study that does identify sort of areas within the freight rail system, which if improved could help us improve the passenger rail network. And so I think the deliverable said either spring or summer for when we'll have that study completed.
Okay, so you're looking at the potential choke points between freight and passenger rail needs. So there's going to be congestion areas along the system where freight and passenger rail might actually be constricted.
Congestion and or infrastructure issues where if the infrastructure is improved, it could create more efficiencies.
Okay, because that would address this issue about the rail bridge, the Union Pacific Rail Bridge between Solano and Contra Costa counties, between Benicia and Martinez.
Yes. Capital Corridor, I think, as you know, is also looking at a very detailed study of that. And Camille Sowell is who's here with me today, and my partner on this project is, very tied in with that work that's being led with CCJPA.
Okay. And did we actually look at the existing rail system network in regards to risk exposure? This is like potential hazards, this would be sea level rise, major earthquake along the Hayward Fault. So that would be seismic vulnerability. There's liquefaction issues. So this is a hazard assessment of I guess you would call it a hazard plan. So have we done that in the analytics so far?
Also on slide number 4 that we talked about, and I believe we covered this in the briefing, I think we are referring to some of what you're looking at as our environmental opportunities and constraints analysis, which is being done through our environmental consultants. And so that is a deliverable that will be done in the spring.
So so the other issue I have then is just, have we Have we actually pursued a public-private partnership with the Port of Oakland to address their rail needs, their freight rail needs?
No.
Because I thought that you had mentioned that you were going to pursue public-private partnerships in phase 0. I think you had mentioned that last year. So I'm just curious as to, have we contacted the Port of Oakland and talked about this project, the need for, freight integration, given they have a vision for growth?
I have two answers to that. One, we are certainly looking at future private-public partnerships as we consider different methods of value capture for delivery of the project. As of yet, we don't have a project, and I do believe that while we are open to talking to the port, this is a project that is, as we said, passenger rail focused. I believe you've directed us to talk with the ports. We have engaged with them as a stakeholder, but we don't have a project that we can engage with them to deliver as of yet.
So when we come up with a program alternatives, a list of the program alternatives before this goes to the public, are we then going to say, okay, here's our potential emerging projects, and we'd like your comment on as a stakeholder? Or are you going to ask them to provide their emerging projects, because they may have emerging projects because of the infrastructure bill? So just to elaborate, the infrastructure bill has emerging projects for ports, which is port-specific upgrades, capacity expansions for freight rail, developing inland port facilities for increased warehouse storage, grade separated crossings, and land ports for entry to expand trade capacity. So I've met with the Port of Oakland. They want to, expand. They think their port is inefficient. So they have emerging projects because of, and then we have the infrastructure bill that could support their emerging projects. So it seems to me that we need to have a public-private partnership to talk about our emerging project, which is passenger rail focused, and their emerging project, which is freight rail focused. Because right now, what I'm seeing, this is, information you can search on, is that freight rail has a third less greenhouse gases than freight on trucks. It's a third less of the greenhouse gases. So this would meet our sustainability goals if we got freight growth projections and found out what the port's emerging projects are. And this is not just Oakland. I'm focusing on Oakland because this is where the crossing could be between Oakland and San Francisco. So it seems like the scenario planning that we're going to look at should not just be passenger rail focused, because freight goods movement is in the tens of billions of dollars for Northern California. And this does have an economic growth. It's an economic machine, is to move freight on rail. So given the rail system is 100 years old, at least, is subject to hazards, I hope that we can have these studies available, the hazard plan, the local hazard plan for the area, the emerging projects that we're going to have, and try to engage the ports, because they may have projects that are emerging as well, so we can combine our efforts. What is staff's response to that?
If the port has projects that they're going after bipartisan infrastructure law funds, we would be more than happy to write them a letter of support and continue to partnership with them. But again, this is a passenger rail focused project, which is in the vision statement that I'm actually asking you to adopt here today.
So again, I say this many times, we have a lot of silos in transportation. This is why transportation system is frankly broken. And I know that the staff talked about public-private partnerships. We have to work with these partners, the private sector, to improve a freight system that's owned by a private company, Union Pacific. So I think we could do a lot more to identify scenarios that could help improve congestion in the mega region. We're not just talking about passenger rail. We're talking about truck freight that's increasing on our interstates. We're talking about reducing truck freight and putting it on freight rail. And we're using a freight rail system. So I don't understand where there's this disconnect that we're just focusing on passenger rail. It would be great if we could talk about just passenger rail if we owned our own rail network. So I'd like to see more scenario planning regarding freight. And then to the Bay Area Council's letter that was submitted recently, I think it was yesterday, they want to expand on the alignments that we're studying. They want to look at even other congestion areas like, crossing by Highway 92 or Southern Alameda County. So are we communicating with the public about these bigger issues? Are we just saying the transportation system is just disjointed?
Director Ames?
Yes.
Excuse me. So Carl Holmes, AGM Design Construction. So we're happy to answer any and all questions, whether it's in this meeting or in another briefing, similar to the briefings we've had before today. But I just want to make sure that we're focused on the agenda item, which is trying to get us to phase 1 of this project, which is going to take a couple of decades to get us to completion. So I just want to make sure that if there are items that you're concerned about that you don't think we're addressing to get us to phase 1, if you could list those out and we could do our best to address them. But
well, I just mentioned a few.
I just don't know if we will get to a point where we'll satisfy every board member. But in interest of time, we just want to make sure that we are able to at least give you what we think is necessary to get to phase 1 with the goals and objectives and the vision statement. And then there's a slide that shows, Sadie didn't go through it, but there's a slide that shows between now and I think it's 2030, 2040, where we plan to come back to you with the different stage gates and what we plan to achieve at each stage gate. So again, we can answer any and every question. I just want to make sure that if that's what the board wants us to do at this meeting, we're happy to do that.
Director Ames, if I could, I know that there are other directors who wish to speak. If you could conclude your remarks, that would be appreciated.
I just don't think this is just an arbitrary question. I'm asking for a hazard plan that will dictate what improvements we're going to be making, what alignments are going to be taken if we know what the hazards are. We don't have a hazard plan. We don't know what the information, we don't know the risks to the asset that we're trying to expand upon. We don't know the growth for freight. We don't know what the ports want to do for freight. We need to know this in order to grow passenger rail. If we want to add 10 more trains to the antiquated freight line to link up to San Francisco, I mean, we need to know what the demand for freight is, because it is really a greenhouse gas reduction strategy is to expand upon freight rail. So I think this is essential to the business case. It's essential to the program, the list of alternatives. And I've been talking about this for 2 years. We've spent, I guess, $40+ million, and I still don't have these answers. And to not know what the ports are going to do with the infrastructure bill, I mean, this looks like a lack of collaboration. This reminds me of what's happening with the A's stadium right now. You know, Union Pacific is going to block the A's stadium. I mean, there's no coordination until the nth hour, until the EIR is out. So I don't want this to happen with this project. I want it to be transformative. And I hope we can do more on the analytics. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Allen, followed by President Salzman.
Well, I just want to say that I do deeply appreciate the sort of the higher level thought that Director Ames is putting into this project. I have to admit, you know, after briefing with staff, I had a lot of questions and they kept saying, well, you need to go back to the Link 21 website where we've outlined all of the work that's been done for the last 2.5 years for $50 million. And I gotta tell you, what I see that has been accomplished at this point, and maybe I'm hopeful that a whole lot more has been accomplished, and you just haven't really figured out how to put that in front of us. But I see a lot of marketing material here on this website, and I see that we have a great vision. I love the vision, and we have a great objectives and goals. But I am disappointed that I have not seen in 2.5 years' time and $50 million that we aren't further along into the details of this program. I get that this is huge, but it seems like we've spent $50 million on 2.5 years of outreach and surveys of the public, which is important, but it seems like to me, we should have been further along on this. I'm going to support moving to the next stage gate. But I gotta tell you, everyone involved in this, I know it's Bart staff, it's Bart management, there are contracted firms involved here. Everyone's got to really dig in and start to really define this thing really quickly. That's what I'm looking for. It's why I wasn't willing to approve the option on the contract. I just sort of see this going along, the typical Bart way, and it really needs to come together and start focusing on deliverables that are getting done, that are getting put in front of us. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. President Salzman.
Thank you. I just want to say, I understand Director Ames, your concerns about freight. I have some of the same concerns about freight. But the reality is the concerns about freight, from my understanding, don't dovetail with this project because freight isn't trying to figure out how to cross the bay. That's not what the problems are that freight is facing. And BART is not an agency with authority over freight. There are lots of agencies around, and I've learned a lot sitting on ACTC about what's happening with the Port of Oakland, and there's plenty happening, and they are competing for funds. But again, it's not in a way that there's a clear point where this project that we're doing helps the needs of freight because they're slightly different. They're going in a different direction, like geographically. So this is now taking up at this point, I think, hours of our public meetings about this project. And I hope we can take some of these conversations offline. And I'd be happy to talk to you offline about how to get involved in what's happening with the port and with ACTC. But again, I don't think it's through our agency. We don't handle freight. That's not our expertise. Our staff don't do this. Of course, we should be in communication with the other agencies to make sure we're not creating any conflicts and we're complementary. But ultimately, this is a project that revolves around getting people across the bay and around the region, not freight. So I'm hopeful we can, in the future, keep these conversations to that.
Thank you, President Salzman. This is Latifa. I don't have a comment on this. I just wanted to let you know I wanted to come back for the vote on this item. I am in class, but so as soon as this item is over, I will vote, and then I will have to exit the meeting.
Thank you. I am back. Any additional comment? Seeing none. Do we have a motion? I don't remember.
I'll move that we move this item.
I think we have a motion in the second already.
Okay, good.
Madam Secretary?
Director Duffy? Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Abstain.
President Salzman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Director Ames abstaining.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam President, that concludes the PPAL committee for today.
Okay, then we will go to item 10A for a response to an RCI. And we have with us today Mary Beth Redding, Vice President with Bartell Associates, who will be presenting on RCI number 21-843. Mary Beth has over 30 years of experience related to retirement benefits, including conducting actuarial valuations and studies for public agencies and private sector clients. And she has been the district actuary for pension and other post-employment benefits since 2016. Before I turn it over to her, I wanted to see, since it's Director Allen's RCI, if she wanted to make any brief comments or if you'd rather wait till after the presentation.
Thank you. I'd rather just see the presentation.
Great. Okay, then I'll turn it over to Mary Beth.
Okay, thank you, Director Salzman. And members of the board, first of all, I wanted to say thanks for having me here, and we made it on to today's meeting. I was a little bit nervous for a while, but glad that we squeezed this in. Can you turn a slide or two, please? Okay, we have a slide with the RCI. So my presentation is going to be giving background related to this RCI that talks about the 115 trust and some issues around that and what's going on with CalPERS. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to start with a graph on the right-hand side of this slide that is what we presented to the board 3 years ago, almost exactly. At that point, we were looking at the black line, which was a projection of where CalPERS costs were going, very steeply upward and then peaking and then dropping off as unfunded liability was paid off. And what we were showing to the board was with the little blue dotted line along the side, what would happen if an additional $10 million per year was put into a Section 115 trust. And then the little red sort of slashed line across the middle, cutting off the top of the mountain as it's visualized, showed how that money that was saved in the 115 trust could be used to kind of mitigate the high peak of CalPERS contributions that we were projecting at that point. Okay, so it's 3 years later, and we've seen a lot of change in that time. We've had a global pandemic that's upended most of our lives for most of the time since that last meeting. In terms of CalPERS, they had really good investment returns for fiscal 2021, over 21%, and that really changed a lot of things, as we'll show you. They did have average or slightly below returns in 2019 and 2020. Bart did establish the Section 115 trust that was discussed at that meeting, and we've also had some, I think, fairly significant changes in the way CalPERS has invested their money. And I want to talk about that on the next slide, please. Okay. So in 2021, as I said, CalPERS return was very good. It was about 21%. And because of that, CalPERS did announce that the discount rate would drop to 6.8% following the risk mitigation policy. The idea was that they had a really good year, so they could afford to switch out some of their investments from riskier equities to a little bit less risky bonds, and that would earn less. It would lower the discount rate down to 6.8%, but still, because of the good return year, it would reduce employer costs. So that was the plan. But at the same time, every 4 years, CalPERS board reviews their investment portfolio, and they are charged with making sure that is invested in the best way for the plan, that has the best mix of risk that they're taking in their investments and the return they're getting for that risk. And in going through that process, the board was told that the current portfolio they had, which they used to think was going to earn 7% per year in the long run average, now is only expected to earn 6.2%. That's the top row on this chart labeled current. So faced with that, the board had to decide what to do. They didn't really want to lower that return even farther. They didn't want to stick with a 6.2 return. And so they were given a choice of 5 different portfolios to choose from for going forward for their assets. And they chose the one with the red arrow that's labeled B2. That is a portfolio that has a different mix of assets than the current portfolio at that time. It's projected to earn 6.8%, which I think was not entirely a coincidence. But that portfolio is more risky. The 2 columns on the right labeled drawdown and volatility are measures of how risky a portfolio is, so how much we expect to have higher or lower returns relative to the average. And so the portfolio they chose is more risky than the one they had currently. And in addition, they've also introduced this concept of leverage, which has a column over on the left-hand side of the chart, meaning that they're borrowing 5% of the fund's assets and investing them and hoping that they'll earn more by investing those assets and they're paying and borrowing charges. Okay. So all of these things mean that we now have a portfolio at CalPERS that's projected to earn 6.8%, but we think that there's going to be a lot of more ups and downs to the investment returns than we've seen in the past. And that means that Bart's contributions probably have more volatility, more ups and downs to them going forward. Next slide. Want to go back into the history for a couple slides. This chart shows the assets, the green columns, and the actuarial liabilities, the red columns, going back to 1994. And we sort of have in our heads that CalPERS funded status has been staying pretty much the same for about the last 10 years, that we're just not getting anywhere for all the money we're putting into CalPERS. And so I think this is kind of an interesting way to look at it, because what it shows is if you look at the red bars, the actuarial liabilities have been growing and growing and growing very steadily since 1994 through to today. And that growth is coming from interest. As we go forward in time, there's interest on the liabilities every year. It has to do with things like retirees living longer and longer, but also the benefits that active employees are earning every year, and also the growing number of employees that Bart has. So that liabilities are constantly growing. The assets are shown in green. They are growing as well, but they have a lot more variability to them. And I've listed some of the big events that have made steep changes in the assets. And what you'll notice in the last 10 years is the assets are growing a lot. The liabilities are growing a lot. The assets are just not able to catch up with the liabilities. It would take a lot of years of really excellent way above expected investment return before they catch up, or else a lot of money contributed by the employers. Have the next slide, please. Okay, I mentioned that the number of active employees has been growing. This chart again goes back to 1994. Let me start with the blue bars on top. That's the number of retirees we had in each year. And you can see back in 1994, Bart was a relatively new agency at that point. There were not a lot of retirees, and we have a whole lot more retirees now. That's fine. That's what the plan is meant to do. And having more and more retirees doesn't really change your costs, because we're planning for that all along. The red bars are the number of active employees every year. And what you'll notice, particularly if you look around, starting from maybe 2010, Bart had about 3,000 employees, and now it's well over 4,000 employees. So the growth in the number of active employees really makes the cost increase every year. And that's a lot of reason for the increase in costs. Okay, can I have the next slide? Okay, so now we'll look forward. The green line in this chart represents the total employer contribution in millions of dollars that we project starting in the current year and then going forward. And it's a really kind of a funny shape. There's a lot of things going on here with a lot of layers on unfunded liability, and particularly with the way CalPERS is phasing in the cost decrease due to the 21% return they got last year, offset by the interest rate. But be it as it may, you can see that the cost goes up next year, it levels off, it drops a little bit, it goes up, but then eventually in the long run, we expect that the unfunded liability will be fully paid off and the cost will drop. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. What I've done here is I've put the black line we saw in the very first slide, so the projections back from the 2019 board meeting of what the contributions would be next to the green line. And it's kind of interesting. You can see that there's a period of time starting a couple of years in from now where the green line, our current projections, are lower than before. What you're seeing there is the effect of last year's asset return. But you'll also see that the ultimate peak in CalPERS costs, even though it's shifted several years later, is a little bit higher than we had estimated previously. And that's really because we have so many more people and payroll is about 20% higher than we had projected. So if payroll was exactly as expected, the projection of costs would be much lower due to the good investment return last year, primarily. Okay, next slide, please. So when we talk about the future CalPERS contributions, I talk a lot about volatility because I think it's going to be more of a factor in the future than it has been in the past. We know that CalPERS board has put more investment risk into the asset mix. Their investment advisors are telling them that they should expect to underperform 6.8% in the short run. And as the asset balances grow, you have more and more of money invested with CalPERS. It means that anytime they have a loss, the dollar amounts of those losses are bigger. Combined with that, CalPERS has been taking action to try to improve funded status. They've been removing a lot of their smoothing tools. And that also means that anytime you have a really good event or a really bad event, it's going to be felt much more sharply and sooner than in the past. And all of those things are going to combine to make the actual cash contribution a lot more variable from year to year than it was in the past. Have the next slide. Okay. To try to illustrate this a little bit, the green line here is the same one we looked at before, the projected CalPERS contributions, but I added a blue line to this, and the blue line is what that projection would look like if CalPERS earns 0% in fiscal 22, the current year, rather than the 6.8% expected. And just for reference, CalPERS doesn't really release their returns on a very timely basis, but at the moment, as of yesterday, it looked like assets were pretty much flat for the year. So as of now, 0% seems like a pretty good estimate, although there's still several months left in the year and we really don't know what will happen. But the difference between the blue line and the green line just kind of shows you if they have 1 year where they earn 0, so a not very good year, the difference in the contributions in the years going forward for the next 20 years is really big, and it's kind of on the order of most years between 10 and $20 million higher. Okay, so as you have good and bad years going forward, there will be a lot of uncertainty in what those projected contributions are going to be. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I mentioned that Bart had established a Section 115 trust that was begun a couple of years ago. There was $30 million set aside in the trust as of December 2021. Okay, the plan, Bart's plan is to put an additional $10 million into the trust in the next 2 years, each of the next 2 years. So these trusts are very popular. Bart is certainly not the only agency with a Section 115 trust. We think there's probably about 350 of them in California right now. So certainly not an unusual or even a cutting edge thing anymore. The way the trust works is that an agency is totally in control of the money that goes into the trust. An agency like Bart would choose when to put money in the trust, choose how much to put in, and even whether or not to put money into a trust every year. So it's totally in Bart's control. And in the same manner, even though the money can only be spent on pension contributions, that is also totally in Bart's control. So any year they can just choose to leave the money in the trust and let it grow, or to withdraw all or a portion of that money and pass it on to CalPERS to pay pension contributions or to pay off pieces of the unfunded liability. So it's a very flexible tool. I have the last 2 slides kind of illustrate what you could, sort of how to think about the amount of money that's building up in the trust and what it could be used for. Okay, give the next slide. Okay, so we have the green line again, which is our projection of future CalPERS costs. And this time I put some green lines sort of that go up and down from there. And that green shaded area represents where about between the 25th and 75th percentile of CalPERS projected contribution. So what you can think about it is where the contribution rate is likely to be. We know it's unlikely to be exactly where we forecasted. It's likely to be above and below, and it's likely to be inside that range of the light green lines, okay? The yellow line represents what the balance in the 115 trust would be if Bart actually put $10 million a year in for 10 years, just as had been originally discussed. And even if that trust didn't earn any interest, so you end up with $100 million set aside after 10 years. And what you can see is that compared to the variability of the contribution rate, the $100 million that could build up in this Section 115 trust is actually quite a bit of money. If the contribution rate increased unexpectedly in a year, there would be money set aside in the trust that could be used to help mitigate the impact of that on Bart's budget. It would probably only be a one-time deal or maybe 2 years, but still Bart would have access to that money to help pay a contribution should they desire, should there be something unexpected. Can I have the last slide, please? Okay. This is another look at what could be done with $10 million a year. We're looking at red bars representing the actuarial liabilities in the same way we did several slides ago. And the green bars are representing the assets invested at CalPERS. And we've started with 2019 in this slide, and we're projecting forward. So the projections sort of say we'll continue to have an unfunded liability. We're paying it off, but paying it off very, very slowly. If instead the $10 million a year that right now is going into the 115 trust were to go directly to CalPERS and add to CalPERS assets, that extra money is shown as a small yellow area on top of each of those green bars. You can probably see it, but it's small. And meaning that even though $10 million or even $100 million after 10 years is a lot of money, it compared to the dollar amount of the assets at CalPERS or even the dollar amount of the unfunded liability, it's very small. If that money were paid to CalPERS, CalPERS would respond by reducing the required contribution. But again, it would be a very small reduction and it would occur over time. So there would be less flexibility. Either way, either of those things could be done with the funds. It's really a choice for Bart. And that was my last slide. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, then I'll go to Director Allen and then to other directors.
So thank you, Mary Beth. That was much better information today than I think we saw last time. So I'm appreciative that you're getting in depth to this. I unfortunately do not have these slides up on my screen. So I think, just a couple of things. First, I want to thank you for addressing the risk and the leverage in this presentation, because oftentimes I think that's left out. And also the slide where we're looking at the number of employees versus the number of retirees. And I'm wondering if you might be able to put that back up for me.
Maybe slide 6 for whoever's driving. That one, yes.
Right. And this is a really important slide, because what this shows is that the number of retirees to the number of people paying current contributions, that gap keeps getting wider. And at some point, if the number of employees goes down, then the contribution rates typically rise. Is that usually the case if you've got a consistent level of retirees?
That is true And I'm going to go a little bit out of my area and comment a little bit on Bart's budgeting. I think that's very true if you're budgeting everything as a percentage of payroll. But my observation, and Diane may be able to speak to this, is Bart tends to budget in dollars. And I think it's a little bit less of an issue if that's the way you budget.
So we're budgeting in actual.
I
But
believe so.
yeah, but certainly your chart here only goes to 2020. And as we go out in time, you know, I would, you know, and I can talk with Diane about this later, because we're going to embark on some more long-term budgeting coming up. And so this will become more important as we start to look at 2-year budgets. And, you know, hopefully we are taking some kind of a look soon at 5-year budgets. So that was sort of one of the things, you know, the fact that you're saying to us there's more volatility coming. What that really means is, you know, on this, actually, if you can go to the slide that shows the investment returns, and I wish I had this up on my screen. I don't.
Oh, the historical returns?
Yeah. The one that's showing last year as kind of the really high growth year.
Do we have that slide at the end of the board slideshow?
Yeah, this will do right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, we had a really good year in the fiscal year 21 return. And as you said, you know, it used to be that CalPERS and the other pension systems, they would average these returns over 5 years. And so you saw a little bit less, you know, volatility, and they moved away from that. So we got this immediate benefit of this jump in fiscal year 21, which, you know, if we have a flat year this year, and when you say a flat year for the current fiscal year 22, does that mean zero earnings, or does that mean meeting the assumed rate of return?
No, that means zero. So we did
That's a
have
loss.
the slide further on that showed how the contributions would go up quite a bit.
Yeah. So essentially, when the system earns zero, it's a 6.8% loss for the system. Okay. So we'll see the impacts of that going forward. I think you did a little bit of projection work there.
Yes.
But look, the point is the last fiscal year 21, the 21% growth or whatever it was, that's kind of an unusual event. And but when you smooth that over 5 years, like they used to do, then it sort of becomes more normalized. But really, the point I want to make with respect to the Section 115 trust is this. When we had the initial discussions, when this was brought forth to the board to consider paying down some of the CalPERS liability layers, or putting the money in a 115 trust, that was brought to this board for the purpose of eliminating those red bars on this chart and seeing our unfunded liabilities go down and bring us into a more funded status. But it was sort of, when we moved to the Section 115 trust, the narrative sort of moved to, this is now sort of a reserve fund for, you know, those bridging over those bad years that you showed in that other chart. That can certainly be the case. But the real purpose of this is long-term to start to reduce down these bars. And if you look at this historical chart, we haven't been doing that. Even in 2018, when we started contributing to the trust, we still haven't really been reducing down, except, you know, this 1 year, which we know will then kind of move in a different direction. So, you know, that's why I asked for this presentation to be brought. And I thank you very much, Mary Beth, for bringing these concepts to the board. Because when we had the initial discussions about putting $10 million a year away, we did have far fewer employees. We had far fewer retirees to worry about. And that was 3 years ago, I think. And, you know, $10 million per year was sort of the starting point. And we had discussion about starting at 10 because that's what we could afford out of our budget at the time, and then moving forward as time went on to start to increase the paying down of these unfunded liabilities. These are essentially liabilities that our kids and our grandkids are going to be paying for a long time if we don't actually catch up. And I know that it can be done because the Contra Costa County Pension Board is actually at 91%, actually 95% funded on a market rate basis. It can be done with discipline, and that's why I asked for this to be brought forward, because I'm hoping that we can start to ratchet up that 10 million per year to a higher level and really start to see some improvement in the unfunded liabilities. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Rayburn, and then I'm going to turn the meeting over to Vice President Lee because I need to get going, but I will watch the rest of this discussion later.
Thank you, Director Salzman, and thank you, Mary Beth, for your very thorough response to my queries, particularly on elaborating on the slide number 4. On a number of the slides that show the contribution, the green line, there are 3 different slides that have the green line on them. And the steepest part of that green line is at the very beginning now, from 107 to 123. Can you describe the long-term implications of that jump and explain it a bit?
So I believe that what's happening in that jump, those are I should say, both numbers that we know. CalPERS is, those numbers are fixed, okay? So they're not estimated. Right. If you go back to fiscal year 20, CalPERS earned 4.7%. So I think, which is less than the 7% they had assumed. So I think that some of that increase is coming from starting to feel that asset loss, but also increase in headcount. So that makes it pop up, and it would have kept going up, except 23, 24 is where we first start to see the decreasing impact of the fiscal 21 investment return.
Okay, well, that's, you know, I don't purport to understand everything here, and that's why I asked you and our staff a lot of questions on this. But when you show those very small increments that 10 million a year represents, it's a little deflating.
Yes.
Because salting away $10 million is a major effort here. And, you know, there are many things that we could buy or better service we could put on the road that may have a better payback than that 10 million that we're looking at in this chart. And so I need to hear more of a explanation of why we need to either continue to do this, or should we, you know, and I'm seeing that first chart where we're lopping off the peak of the mountain by employing our trust fund starting in fiscal year 26 to sort of reduce the burden that we can all see coming. So do you agree that even if we sustain a number of 0 return until 2026, that it's still worthwhile?
So my personal opinion, when I only look at the plan itself, is that I feel like there's a lot of uncertainty around what the contribution numbers are going to be going forward. And I don't know what Bart's resources are in in terms of how, if the CalPERS contribution suddenly goes up 20 or 30, $40 million a year, can that be found elsewhere in the budget quickly? Or is it important to have a little bit of money set aside that you could bring into play? So because I see more variability in the contribution rates going forward, I think it's a worthwhile thing to do, but I am not in a position to assess, everything else you could do with that funding.
Perhaps I can jump in and save you a little bit here, Mary Beth, and see if staff has any response to the question that Director Rayburn has raised.
Deputy General Manager Jones and Diana Watt is here with me. She can jump in or kick me under the table if I say something wrong. But I think Mary Beth hit it right on the head. It's a dual purpose. We knew when we set up this trust that it would take a long time to have any impact on liabilities, but we also knew that we were going to have a steep degradation in annual funding, somewhere around the 26-27 timeframe. And so having that money readily available to pay those annual contributions when we're 20 or 30 million down is helpful. And if you don't need it, then you're still saving it for the future. And at some point, it could be beneficial to pay down liability. So I don't know if I hit it on the head, Diane, or you want to add to it.
So just to kind of resonate what you just said is that having the pension trust, which is irrevocable for pensions, is a positive for the district because it shows, it demonstrates that the district does and is thinking about their pension liability and trying to be responsible about it. So I do applaud that the district is, a few years back in both looking at the ability to pay contributions and then looking at potentially paying those liabilities. The flexibility of the trust provides those opportunities and gives the district that flexibility. So to have that, it just seems like a very positive vehicle for the district. So I hope that we are continuing that.
And just one more question, and maybe this is more for Chris Gann. Is Chris in the room?
I'm here, Director.
Yes, thank you. Recently, we received a Moody's AAA bond rating, the highest rating possible. And did your discussions with Moody's include that we're salting away $10 million a year to pay down our pension liabilities?
That was included in our presentation to the rating agencies, Director.
Thank you. So we're seeing from this exercise, we're seeing some immediate gains in better rates for our bonds, or we can expect to see better rates. That's true?
They evaluate a lot of factors, Director, but I mean that's a positive aspect, in terms of consideration that the rating agency look at when they give us the rating.
Okay.
Certainly, the amount is not so significant right now, but the fact that we have a program that we're contributing money to set aside for paying down our pension liability, that's a positive.
Okay. So it seems prudent. All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Would any other members of the board like to comment? Director Allen, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just make one other observation? And geez, I thought I got this up here. Okay, have to do it again, sorry. So turning to the chart on slide 8, where you're showing the current valuation in the green line, and then the valuation from the board meeting that we discussed in March of 2019, gosh, 3 years ago. it is worth noting that our projections that we had back then of where the top of the hill would be was projected back then to be in 3031. And now that has been pushed out essentially and higher to 3036.
Yes.
And so, and 3036 is, 13, 14 years from now. And in projecting these things, there's sort of a point of diminishing returns in projections that when you get out, particularly 15 years, it's like, well, we can make projections, but we have no idea what's going to happen between now and the next 15 years. It's great that we go 30 years because that's how pensions are looked at, as 30-year process. But it is important to note that what we were projecting back in 2019 has actually shifted out another 5 years. And I have to push back on making a point that us putting $10 million a year away in a pension reserve is going to make a difference in our bond rating. I think it has a lot to do with a lot of other more important things, but maybe it has some kind of incremental little piece. So I just wanted to kind of just show that, mention that. And, the same thing on slide 10, where we're kind of showing that now these projections are a little different. So, we're pushing it another 5 years and we're sort of pushing that can out another 5 years. I really think that now is a time to start to look for ways to ratchet up these contributions, especially if we are planning when we're hitting the top of that peak and the top of that hill in 2030, 2028 to 2032, if we're planning to use assets out of this trust fund to bridge over that, then really we're not going to be using those assets for paying down any of the unfunded liabilities. We're just going to be using those assets to sort of fill budget holes. And that's an entirely different scenario than working at chipping away at this long-term mortgage of unfunded liabilities.
Director Allen, I think your point is made clear. I also imagine we will continue discussing this as we go into budget hearings. So seeing no other public comment or board comments here, Mary Beth, I just deeply want to thank you for your work and your presentation here and the level of detail and analysis. Thank you so much. Given that, I will close item 10A and then would ask, it's a very late hour, so if we can combine 10B, C, and D and move forward quickly, just please, use the raise hand function. We'll go with Director Rayburn and then Director Foley.
Well, I have 3 items to report. I attended the Fruitvale Business District Safety Meeting. It was a panel discussion. I was joined by Lieutenant Anissa McNack and supported by Aisha Brown. Thank you very much to both of them for assisting that effort, and everything went well, and it was reported in the Berkeley Side news report. I also attended the California Bicycle Summit. That's where I was in a session with Brian Hoffer, our privacy guru. We're doing things right, and some of the other agencies that want to use CalPERS, they're just going shopping and not necessarily looking at that they need a policy first. And finally, I had a meeting with a group I've been meeting with for now over a decade, the San Leandro Creek Alliance. And this meeting included the Lionel Sanchez from the Capitol Corridor. And the Capitol Corridor is working with us to help overcome a barrier that Union Pacific has posed for a path that would eventually connect Coliseum Station with the San Leandro station. So I'm indebted to the Capitol Corridor's support on this effort as well. That's all.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Foley.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. I only have one item, and that's I'd like to introduce an RCI in the interest of better or improved government, if you will. So my RCI is request staff be directed to develop a board member residency verification process to occur at least annually, and that the draft process shall be presented to the board for adoption no later than the June 23rd, 2022 board meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Foley. I will make a couple of quick notes here. First, I want to thank staff for setting up a bunch of, especially Amanda Cruz and Rod Lee, for setting up meetings with state legislators. I was excited to be able to join a meeting with Assemblymember Alex Lee and Assemblymember Ash Kalra on March 31st. Squeezed in between those meetings, I also did a site visit at Balboa Park BART station alongside our fire safety folks and our Tom Maloney and BPD Lieutenant Power to take a look at some ongoing graffiti and safety issues there. So thank you to the both of them and Tim Chan. And then I was very excited to join a bevy of BART and SFO staff to visit SFO, BART, and AirTrain station on this past Friday, April 8th, alongside SFO Airport Commissioner Jane Natoli. It was great because we were celebrating some new wayfinding as well as single boarding there. And I know that there's a lot of upcoming excitement for additional wayfinding improvements and clarity around how to pay for using BART, especially at a time we know that travelers are returning more and more. We have increased service. So it was great news. I want to particularly give a shout out to Alicia Trost, as well as Tim Chan for helping make that happen. With that, I think staff, was there an in memoriam as well? No. Okay, great.
No, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, we're all good to close the meeting. Thank you so much, especially to staff for bearing with us.